Good evening, class. How's it going? Oh, you've still got the Adventure Island music stuck in your head? How do you think I feel? Also, welcome on in, everybody. Let's see, we've got Shy Guy, Bitefire, Osakin, Mr. J, Howell, Riley. How is everybody doing? This is not one of the Mega Man X games, no. This is kind of an early Super Nintendo game. It is a port from the Sharp X68000 Japanese home computer, and it's a game a lot of people don't like very much that I like quite a lot. That should give it away. Yeah, enjoy lurking, Shy Guy. I hope you enjoy the stream. Also, yeah, I'm finally free from Adventure Island 1, which of course means that I am starting Adventure Island 2 on Friday. And I may or may not have purchased Adventure Island 3 for NES. Because I have Adventure Island 4 in a repro cart, because that never came out in the US. And I may have been out at a retro game store the other day and saw a copy of Super Adventure Island for $15. So I may have purchased that as well. Oh, so the reason for the naming convention, Osakin, is because the main CPU is the Motorola 68000. That's why it's called the X68000. It's actually the same CPU that powered a lot of arcade machines, that powered the Sega Genesis. Tons and tons of devices used the Motorola 68000 family of processors, which introduced all the way back in 1979, if you can believe it or not. And the 68000 architecture is still in use today. It's been in production for 45 years. It's still useful. I mean, the original Zilog Z80 processor, which is an 8-bit processor. You know it from a lot of things like the Game Boy, it's in the NES, it's in the, Spectrum line of computers. Right, the MOS 6502 and the Zilog Z80 stopped production this year. They were introduced in 1974, to put it into perspective. Or maybe even earlier. 8-bit CPUs are still useful. Lots of things don't need that many instructions, and with tons and tons of, smart devices, etc. I mean, you need a small, a small microprocessor. Why not use one that's got, 40 years of documentation and costs virtually nothing? More like Sharp devices, got them. Yeah, no, I do not want things on my internet. I don't want my refrigerator or my toaster on the internet. I can't call it the Xbox 2. It'll look lame next to the PlayStation 3. I will say, Hanabi, whoever at Sony decided to call the PS2 the PlayStation 2 deserves like a retroactive $1 million bonus. Because it is possibly the clearest, most coherent naming convention within gaming. Because you either do what Nintendo and Sega did, which is each system just has a mostly different name, or you just call it different stuff that has some relation to it. The Nintendo Entertainment System, very clear, very simple. The Game Boy, that's riffing on the Walkman cassette device. The Super Nintendo, it's like the Nintendo Entertainment System, but super. The Nintendo, yeah, where's Nintendo's 2 through 63? Nintendo 64, 64 bits, we got it. GameCube, it's a cube that you play games on. The Wii, we would like to play, got it. Wii U, whoopsie. That one wasn't very understandable. Switch, got it. It can go between handheld and console. PlayStation, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thumbs up. A+, good job. You made it a little confusing with calling one literally the PS1 as a console revision, like ONE, but, that's acceptable. PlayStation 3 Slim and Super Slim, descriptive. Right, 3DS, though that one did confuse some people, I think. Sega, I mean, SG-1000 to Mark III, Mark II, Mark III, okay. Mega Drive, Genesis, okay. Saturn, sure. Dreamcast, why not? Just call them different stuff. That all works. And then Microsoft, or confused Microsoft. Xbox, got it. It's got a big old X on it. We're cool. It runs DirectX. We're good. Hey, Chaotic Claw, how's it going? Then Xbox 360. Okay, kind of a dumb name, but you can say, okay, all-encompassing, 360-degree. Sure. Xbox One. What are you doing? And then Xbox Series X. Come on now. You gotta do better. Right, whoever does naming over at Microsoft, they're missing the mark pretty consistently. Also, how you doing, Chaotic Claw, Lysergics? So I had a new experience today that I'm not sure how to react to, because I had a Twitter thread go very viral, by my standards at least. Which is to say, I'm sure plenty of people deal with this all the time. But I made a quaint little thread today that, I thought would get a couple people interacting with it, as most of my Twitter posts do. They don't generally leave my orbit. This one is now up to 61,000 views, 1.8k likes, 188 comments, and 466 retweets of one variety or another. I was just talking about something I talk about on stream all the time, because I don't like the term that people use of games aging poorly. Yeah, seriously, Dan. Oh, I love that they skipped Windows 9. It's so funny. They're like, 7, Vista, 10. Okay, we're in the clear. No, but I made a little thread on Twitter about how most of the time when I hear people say a game has aged poorly, it's usually a sign of their unwillingness to engage with a game on its own terms. Tank controls in Tomb Raider, mapping a game as you play it. Things where we have, maybe moved away from those gameplay trends. And I think it's sad that a lot of people will clamor for a remake of a game to fix things that aren't broken. It's not a flaw that a game is designed the way it is. That's exactly how I feel, Hanabi. I never liked Sonic Adventure. I don't think it's a very good game. I didn't think it was very good in 1998. That's my opinion. It shouldn't mean anything to you. I wasn't even getting into, the visual fidelity side of things. I think if you're filtered by a game being, early 3D or pixel art, and you don't want to play it, don't play it. It's that, if you don't want to watch a black and white movie because it's in black and white, don't demand that it be colorized. Just don't watch it if it doesn't appeal to you. Oh, that happens all the time, Howell. That's a separate issue entirely. But, oh man, I wish I had the time to reply to everything in that thread, because there have been some very thoughtful responses. Yeah, but what about me? There have been some very thoughtful responses, and there have been some that frankly confuse me a little bit. But, oh, here's a great one. There was just a quote retweet that says, I don't know, I don't have to play shit I don't like. You're not my dad. I didn't say you did. Or I saw somebody call the thread moralistic, which I also didn't understand, because nowhere did I say you're a bad person if you don't want to, play a game that hasn't had a remake or something. No. I just think if we're going to treat games as art, you don't get to demand that they be, retroactively fixed by some, arbitrary standard to conform to what you're already used to with a game. That's a whole different conversation, Dan. Oh, yeah, people love to take it personally. There have been a lot of really thoughtful responses, and I do wish I had time to go through all of them. There's no way at this point. It's hundreds of replies deep. With people getting off on their own tangents and arguments. I just think, wow, it's got to suck if you have posts leave your own orbit all the time. Because I'm perfectly happy to keep tweeting out into the void of like the 30 people that interact with my Twitter. Right, exactly, Armand. Oh, some people are really addicted to that, Crank Thulu. Yeah, Orson Welles, well known for saying, yeah, just fuck my shit up. Deface my movie with your crayons. It's one of those things where it's like, you can't have it both ways. You know? Like, if you want games to be taken seriously as art, you don't get to say, well, these old ones need to change to conform to a modern standard. That's not how it works. I mean, I also understand I have a much higher tolerance for what people consider janky games than most. But still, I mean, the amount of people I've watched who are much younger than me, people in their early 20s, play games older than them and come to love them because they put the time in to, learn to play it and be like, wow, Resident Evil 1 is awesome, actually. Or, drawing my own map for this game was really fun. Hey, Praise the Soon, how's it going? Side tangent that came up, there was one person in the comments talking about Doom and saying, what about WASD and mouse controls? You've always been able to do that in Doom from day one, from the very moment of the game's inception. You have been able to rebind the controls however you want. The manual even says, we recommend using the mouse for finer aiming control. Like, it's that simple. Exactly, Hanabi. You don't need to like every game. Even if there's something that, people call a classic, that, they're like a well-acclaimed game. You don't like it, that's fine. You don't need to like it. I mean, I'm willing to bet far more people like Sonic Adventure and think it's good than don't. It's not for me. Right, play whatever version you want. It's not like people are tying up a whole lot of personal and emotional investment into this topic, and it's makes me a little concerned. Right, they're not alien artifacts. Yeah, Gyaru, he did. I love Stika. I love his YouTube videos. Does a great job shining a light on something that gets often overlooked, which are bootleg games. Right, exactly, Lysurgics. If you don't like Tomb Raider, who cares? That's just whether you like something or not. I would make the argument that, yeah, Tomb Raider plays better with tank controls because it was designed for tank controls. That's how it was made. You don't have to like it. Right, exactly. There's so many games out there, there is no way you can play all of them. You don't have to either. Play the games you like. Hey, Procione, how you doing? Right, classic Resident Evil. I mean, you see it all the time because Resident Evil is one of those games that goes through, trends constantly. You'll see, a wave go through VTubers where suddenly everybody's playing Resident Evil or Metal Gear Solid, the first one. And you'll watch people who are in their early 20s play these games that are older than them for the first time and fall in love with them and be like, wow, this is really great. It's not like there's some intrinsic quality about the game that went sour as it got older. Just because something newer did something different doesn't suddenly make the old thing bad. Oh, they are. That came out in 1998, Mr. J. Or right, like Metal Gear Rising going through a wave. People clamoring for like a remake of Metal Gear Solid 1. We had one already. Or a retelling, if you will. Twin Snakes is right there. Yeah, Metal Gear Solid from the late 1900s, set in the near future, 2005. No one did Gyaru. Right. I mean, it's also just, you know, this is one of those things where it's like, hey, that's just my opinion, man. Hey, Great Spear. I don't know. Or someone brought up Doom. Yeah, I prefer to play Doom in a modern source port. I don't think that makes Doom as it launched in December of 1993 bad. It's not the way I would choose to play it. But I mean, you can, and people today. Okay, I think we're back. There's storms rolling through. Twitch just, you know, sneezed. That's definitely the shortest it's been. Twitch didn't like me talking about how, yeah, you have to play it the way it was meant to be. It needs to be on a 486. Yeah, Twitch is like, you're on thin ice here, buddy. I mean, Oh, it is, Dan. I switched the game. Before it was Lagoon for Super Nintendo. Now it's Dragon Slayer Legend of Heroes 2 on Genesis. It's the Genesis port of a PC-88 game. And the soundtrack's amazing. Thanks, Armand. I don't think I want to hit tweet ever again. Storm, how dare you make my internet flicker? Right, Lysergic. That's another thing. I like Doom 2 way more than Doom 1. I mean, Doom 1 I think is a better game. I like Doom 2 more. Doom 2 has vastly better, you know, monsters and weaponry. But hey, who cares? Well, actually, I do, because we're playing Doom 2 tonight. We are continuing the incredible Simulacrum by Mumi and Myolden. Yeah, Hanabi. I mean, some of the reactions are fascinating, I've got to say. And there's been a lot of great discussion going on. I'm not upset about it, but I'm perfectly happy tweeting to, like, the 20 people that regularly interact with my tweets and tweeting out my schedule. Why couldn't like the thread on affordable NES games go viral? That would be a much more useful one. But I suppose there's nothing for people to get riled up about in that one. Unless you take umbrage with me recommending, like, Rambo. Which, why would you? That's a good game. Right, you're like, oh, what did I do? I mean, it's to the point I can't possibly keep up with it. It's so deeply escaped containment. Hey, thanks, John. Oh, I also hate Lost Souls Great Spear, but I hate them in a I'm mad when I get got, not I don't think they should be in the game kind of way, if that makes sense. Like, I think they're mechanically brilliant, I just get mad at them. That's why Pain Elementals are threat assessment number 1. You gotta take them. You know what, though? Talking about Doom, I think it's time to play some Doom. So that's exactly what I'm gonna do. Let me get changed into my Dooming attire. We are on now the third and final episode of Simulacrum. Not that it has strict episodes as such, but maps 21 through 30 are all that's left. I don't think anyone has Woozle. You could be the first. You could innovate terribly if you want to. Ooh, Woozle. You turned me on to a very important opportunity lately, and for that I'm very, very grateful. I assume I am now threatening Woozle. Yes. Woozle, I am going to grab you and ram my hand all the way up your backside and operate you like a puppet. That's a promise, Woozle. Oh, that's funny, Gyaru. Don't threaten you with a good time. Here, let me stop the background music. And let's get into Simulacrum. Also, if you want to play this, which I highly recommend you do, go ahead and type the !WAD, W-A-D command in chat. It will bring you right to the Doom World thread where you can download it, and I highly recommend that you do. Because Simulacrum is amazing. Not like that, Woozle. Yeah, the one thing that did come up in that thread was I saw some people saying that, well, Doom in its original form was keyboard only. And I don't know where this myth originated, because it very explicitly is not. Like, literally in the manual for Doom 1, it says, tip, we recommend playing, with a combination of mouse and keyboard for, more skilled, nuanced play. You could even go into a setup and rebind, movement to WASD. The reason people didn't rebind to WASD was because in 1993, that wasn't a standard yet. People were still figuring out, how do you have a 3D game in first person with fast-paced action? There had been plenty of 3D games in first person before, but most of them were slow. Wolf 3D was fast, but that had only come out, a year prior. Yeah, right, and not everybody had a mouse. It was around the time that Quake came out that I remember starting to rebind Doom's controls. And the mouse controls aren't perfect. By default in Doom 2.exe, if you move the mouse forward and back, your character will move forward and back. And you can adjust the degree to which they do, but they always will a little bit. That is actually used in a bunch of Doom speedrunning techniques. It can actually give you that slight little extra bit of momentum you need to squeeze through and perform a glide. Oh god, I remember that Doom 3 shotgun take. That was not a good take. That could be the case, Crank Thulu. I think it's one of those things that just because people didn't know how to do it, they took it for fact instead of wondering, could this have been done and I just didn't know? For example, it's pretty well known now, but in Duck Hunt, if somebody grabbed the Player 2 controller, they could control the ducks. I feel like that's pretty well known these days because it goes around as a, did you know thing all the time online. But a lot of people didn't know that back then because they maybe didn't have the manual or they never read it. Even though it was always a thing you could have done, they didn't know. So I think the Doom thing became like that, where just because nobody had known for so long, or, if you've gone 30 years without knowing something, you might take it as fact. Wait, was it really Hanabi? That can't be true. The thing that kills me with the Doki Doki Panic, Mario 2 thing, is that they're substantially different games. And also, Doki Doki Panic was made by Nintendo. Hey, Kuwakuri, how's it going? Anyway, let's go to the map we're actually on. So we are on map 21, Evisceration Plague. It's kind of refreshed from last time. Yeah, it was Doki Doki Literature Club. Map 20, the base reality had 2,254 enemies, which was a big one. Yep, that's true, Armand. The first time I played Final Fantasy VI, 3 in the US, Every now and then, my brother would hop in on controller too. Right, US Super Mario Bros. 2 introduced a lot. You couldn't even run in Doki Doki Panic. You had one movement speed. Yeah, a bunch of games had a two-player option like that. But this map here was kind of the last hurrah of this episode. It was absolutely massive. It featured a gigantic, no other way to call it, but a Cacodemon Ziggurat at the end, which was extremely cool. And it's quite a challenge. Overall, this WAD has been very challenging, but extremely creative, visually detailed, etc. Super Mario 2 USA is an incredible game. I love it. There we go. We're back. Big Microsoft paying for this. All right, let's go to the actual new maps now that we're back. Map 21, Evisceration Plague. Pretty metal name, pretty metal soundtrack already. Oh, Lord. All right, it's like that, is it? Yeah, they made the game horrifying in the wrong way, Betty. Thank you for the follow, Rathocaster. There's an NPC that says, "I am error." Whoa! Quick 1 HP in a dream moment there. That sounds fake, Woozle. That can't be. An old game having a grammatical error named Error? Don't be ridiculous. I did say that, Petty, particularly and hyper-specifically the YouTube channel Run Plays in HD, which I am convinced exists solely to make me specifically unhappy. I would put that person in prison. Because the real reason is they are often one of the only video sources online for very niche games. So you'll go looking for footage of like an obscure, Japan-only release, and the only footage online will be somebody who plays the game stretched out to 16:9 with the worst texture filtering you've ever seen in your life applied to it, who then also has like invulnerability turned on for everything. Hey Bear, how you doing? Invulnerability turned on for absolutely everything. Turns off random encounters. It's just like every single decision that person makes is meant to make me specifically angry. I'm convinced. Gift 100 subs and I'll do it, Woozle. How about with GZ Doom's default texture filtering? Whoops, I didn't mean to skip to next map. I meant to do this. Yeah, the curvy pixels. God. I've never understood the mentality of people who are like afraid of pixels in their games. I can understand wanting anti-aliasing in 3D games, even if I don't necessarily always want it enabled myself. But in pixelated games, why? Oh, that was clean. No, I will not I already have all of those things, Woozle. It's the Funky Kong looking good image. I mean, I also don't like scanline filters, though I can understand at least why people use those. So that went pretty well. See, I'm good at Doom sometimes. If it came out after a voodoo card, you can anti-alias it. Oh, the artificial curve. I remember I set that up for a little while as a joke. You're raising them right, Bear. Ooh. We got a big arena. We got a Cyber Demon in the middle. And we got a lot of rockets. Oh, this is a big arena. Oh, giving me rockets is evil here. I'm going to need to start making space pronto. Oh, we do have plasma, however. So it's not all is lost here. Use rockets where we can. Try not to get stuck in a corner. There were also a few replies to that thread, like, you're just being pedantic when you say, games don't age. It's like, yeah, no shit. It's not that important, guys. Oh, I need to hit the button again. For people being, my distinction that, no, the game hasn't changed. Your expectations have. Try to meet the game where it is. I think that's a very reasonable position. Especially as somebody who, I'm constantly proselytizing for, retro games and for people to play them with as little, preconceived notion as possible. Yeah, everything on Twitter is that important. Look, I don't often have tweets leave my circle. It's a new experience for me. It's like you're coming from a biased perspective. It's like, yes, I exist in the world rather than apart from it. It's like that one comic that it's like, you criticize society and yet you exist in it. Very curious. I'm very smart. It's that exact thing, but actually happening. Well, this is a bad place to be. Oh, the display that the debate that I didn't wade into that went around Twitter a couple weeks ago about CRTs versus LCDs. I didn't weigh in on that one because it's a really stupid debate and people are talking about the wrong things when they think they're talking about the right ones. Because as a point of example in that whole thing, they're talking about display technologies. What's more important than the display itself was the cable you used to transmit the image. For example, composite, which I use composite out for all my game consoles because I specifically like the way it looks. That is how I grew up playing these games. To me, that is how they look. Whether it's on a CRT or an LCD matters a whole lot less than what you are using to carry the signal. For example, you can have a super sharp image on a CRT, whether a television or a monitor, and do RGB out and all this stuff. If you use those same two displays with a composite source, they're gonna look pretty much the same. Right, and today, it's purely a preference. Right, that's the other thing, is PAL versus NTSC. And there is a very predominantly American-centric voice in these debates about, old gaming that I think does us all a disservice, and I say that as an American. Personally, my preference for display technology and video equipment is always going to be, middle-of-the-road, consumer-grade hardware. So, you know, I didn't have an ultra fancy PVM growing up. Nobody did. Maybe if, like, one of your parents worked in video production and brought one home. But, you know, most people had a regular-ass TV. And if it was, you know, in the early 90s, if it was a nicer one, you maybe even had S-Video. I also prefer that look, Mr. J, but oh my god, the N64 dialogue, the N64 discourse on Twitter makes me want to, like, tear my hair out. We did eventually have S-Video, which I will say, S-Video's great. It's really fantastic. Just giving me the BFG. Kind of map am I in for? Oh, that unleashes a whole host of other guys, doesn't it? Let's go. All right, where are the Archviles? Going to be target numero uno. Like, I don't even dislike the N64. I think it's the weakest console of that generation, and I think it's one of Nintendo's weakest home consoles. Still home to some of the best games of that console generation. But people who are pretending like the N64 is the best, it's like, that's a very niche opinion. Just because it was your beloved childhood console does not mean it was anybody else's. I think there's still one or two Archviles kicking around. There are. Got that one. Oh, this is hard. Oh, that was close. Yeah, a lot of people went straight from composite to HDMI. Dreamcast did support VGA. It was the first home console with true, progressive scan 480p video. And it looks great. The argument with the N64 controller is either I think it was always bad, or I think it works fine for the games that are designed for it. I think most people who are talking about the N64 controller fundamentally misunderstand how and why it's laid out that way. Right, there's a weird condescension in some of the opinions I was seeing shared that there's no way young people could appreciate this because, it's old. It's like, that's just not true. Like, of course they can. Like, why wouldn't they be able to? Oh, those N64 wrestling games were the best. I bled from Mario Party because in Mario Party 1 there are a bunch of mini games that require you to do really fast circles on the thumbstick, and I wore a hole in my hand. It's like it's like I burned the stigmata into my palms playing Mario Party, which is very, very funny. Nintendo knew, too, because they sent out gloves because of people's torn up hands. Like, because there was no way you could rotate that fast enough with your thumb. This wasn't possible. Right, there is a web comic, like an MS Paint comic, depicting exactly that. No, the whole discourse about games aging, blowing up the way it did, was not something I expected when I tweeted that out this morning. I was just bored and thinking about, remakes and whatnot, and the general appetite for them in the gaming world has always struck me as a little weird. Because apart from, the accessibility of these old games, in that... Bored, guess I'll make a thread. Clueless. Really was. So the thing that's actually been occupying a lot of my mornings is for the nonprofit on whose board I serve. I've been rebuilding their donor database because it was a 20-year-old Microsoft Access database that lived on one person's hard drive. So I've been doing a lot of work to, modernize it and make it networked and whatnot. But I don't know shit about databases, so I've been learning as I go. It's as good a way as any to spend a morning. Also, I realized I am out of cells, and I could sure use them for that spider mama. Also out of healing, which is kind of bad, too. Oh, there are some spreadsheets, Creator Unreal, because some parts of the donor list just lived in spreadsheets. That's all been pretty easy to import, thankfully. But I was just bored, and I was thinking about this, and I'm like, yeah, I'll tweet about it. It's something I talk about on stream a lot. Why not? As Woozle said, clueless. RF inputs. That's an easy praise. RF inputs, you were ubiquitous for decades. And a good, clean RF input can look shockingly nice. I say this because when I first hooked up my Atari 5200, I was shocked by the clarity of the picture. It was actually really nice. I mostly associated RF with the original Nintendo, which has a pretty noisy RF output and does not look very good. So seeing it look so clean and sharp on the Atari was pretty shocking, actually. Come to think of it, you've all seen me stream something from RF input. Though the way I had to get that RF input... There we go. This map wasn't too bad. The way I had to get that RF input was plugging RF into my VCR and then composite out from my VCR to my stream setup. I had to do that for my Atari 2600, my Magnavox Odyssey 2, and my Intellivision. The Resident Evil remakes, there's so many of them, for one. But it's like, yeah, they're fundamentally different games. I don't think it needed remakes, but Capcom really like making money. That's why they get remakes. So this map is called Alpine Halls, and I can see why. More Doom levels need to be set in the snow. Like, look how nice this looks. Got a pile of snow in the entryway, snow coming down out the outside. Animated backgrounds looking great as always. Got a whole bunch of enemies. What did they do with the Resident Evil 3 remake? Because Resident Evil 3 as is already a pretty short game. Your favorite chair, of course, being green and brown naturalistic dark wave environments, yeah? There we go. Green map of mystery. That's good. Ooh, Cabin Fever would be a great theme for a community project, Bear. Like, that would be excellent. Three's your favorite game. Oh, that's a bummer, John. I've only played 3 one time, and I'll be honest, I didn't love it, but maybe I should give it another play. Also, can I point out that chain gunner placement is brilliant? Because if you see all this, you see the Archviles, you run by the Archviles, the first place you can take shelter then becomes very hostile because of the chain gunners. That's so smart. Oh, hello, all of you. All right. Now we're talking. Now we're really cooking. There we go. There's probably smarter ways to handle the beginning of this map, like fostering some big infights from the start. Thing is, those Archviles are going to see you sooner rather than later. Like that. So hiding's not really an option. Because you will just get torn up. And that's a whole mess over there. So I think, yeah, you really just want to get moving. Of course there's an Archvile in with all those Revenants. This is awesome. A surprise wall of chain gunners usually just means, you know, instantaneous death. I keep feeling like I should leave that berserk for when I need a health pickup. But I feel like I'm also going to want it for if I need to, you know, punch my way out of a tight situation very quickly. Don't really have enough ammo to hang back. This is a good hot open. Well, not quite a hot open. Hot opens, you know, just start from the word go. This is like hot the second you open the door. And right, the chain gunners where they are in this mean you can't just immediately focus on the Archviles much as you would like to. I think I can do it. Well, you know what? It is Wednesday. There's one thing people love to do every single Wednesday, and that's shop on the Wii Shopping channel. It's update day. Also, I really got to say, the Wii Shop model is so much better than the subscription service. I don't care if I'll spend more over time. I don't want to pay for a monthly subscription. It is Wii Shop Wednesday. Super Mario RPG, Sonic the Hedgehog, Donkey Kong 3, Adventures of Lolo 1 and 2, King's Knight, Dig Dug, Chew Man Fu, Harvest Moon, League Puzzle Pokemon, Toe Jim and Earl in Panic on Funkotron, Castlevania, Fatal Fury, Ninja Jajumaru, Kunact, Razor, Blazing Laser, Spaces Loaded, Mega Turrican, Cybernator, Rolling Thunder, Dynastic Hero, Bubble, Bobble, Double, Dribble, Double, Dragon, F-Zero, F-Zero X, and Donkey Kong Jr. Math, Ninja Gaiden 1, Ninja Gaiden 2, Ninja Gaiden 3, Cruising USA. I never get tired of that. All right, I think I'm getting close to figuring out this intro a little better. I think I really want to take out these chain gunners as quickly as I can to give me the latitude to deal with the Revenants, the Archviles. You're making me want to try Resident Evil 3 again, John. Which release is your favorite? PlayStation, Dreamcast, GameCube? 'Cause that's a game that has a ton of versions. I mean, that's another big part of the general conversation about, retro gaming, is when we say preservation, what do we really mean? And do we all know what we're talking about? Because really, it's a shame that games aren't available in, say, libraries, the way that other forms of media are. There's no, easily accessible means by which you can play some of these older games. Oh, I mean, they're in my personal library as well, Crank Thulu. But again, a lot of this comes down to how seriously are we willing to take games as an art form? And I think if we are, we need more intelligent ways to talk about them, and we need to make them available the same way we make other forms of art available. Preservation means emulation, means piracy. If you care about preservation, why do you care about the rights-holding privileges of some ghoulish shell company that bought out the rights to, the Hudson Library? What are you supporting when you do that? Because it's not games. Hey, Volpez, how you doing? Thank you for follow Green Lows. Right. Also, the idea that the N64 only has 2 RPGs is one I see bandied about all the time. And it's weird because that's just not right. Like, that's just not true by almost any measure. Even if you have a very strict definition of what an RPG is, there's more than 2. Like, where did that misconception come from? Was it like one YouTube video one time said there are 2 RPGs on the N64, so now that's just what everybody has decided to believe? I don't get it. This map does have an Unreal vibe to it. Oh, this is very much Doom. Ancient Roman, I've watched a couple people streaming it. Looks delightful. And I don't mean delightful as in a, good, well-made game, but delightful in... I mean, I jokingly say all the time that I'm a bad games apologist, and I'm only half joking when I say that, because I love to try to figure out what makes this game tick. Why did somebody make this? And I don't mean that disparagingly. Yeah, I'm going to go on the N64 RPG rant real quick, because even by the most stringent definitions, you've got Quest 64, which I'm going to say counts and also is pretty good. Or has a good gameplay foundation, and they didn't quite make a full game's worth of game around it. You got Paper Mario, which is unquestionably a very traditional RPG. You have Iden Chronicles, the First Mage, which is a shockingly large, kind of wide-open RPG. I do plan on streaming that at some point. It is maybe one of the more poorly reviewed games among the system's library. Ogre Battle 64. This isn't even counting, Japanese exclusives. There's a lot. Not a lot, but there's a good solid handful. And most aren't bad. Iden Chronicles, I'm very excited to try. I picked it up recently. That was a very late release in the N64's lifespan as well. Right, the N64 has a small library. It's 300-odd games. The Saturn has a bigger library. Saturn's got a great library, too. I don't tolerate Saturn slander. Okay, there's an archvile in here. Really, Volpez? Oh! The door opened to admit two Archviles. That's really funny. Oh yeah, the Saturn's got a much larger library than the N64, despite, only existing as a console for a couple of years. We're gonna need some good stun RNG here. I mean, you're probably right, Creator Unreal. And while the Saturn was not successful in North America, it was pretty successful in Japan. Even outselling the PlayStation for a while. As they should, Crank Thulu. Sega were the kings of the arcade at the time. Why wouldn't they leverage that to, bring out the best home ports of arcade games? And not only their own games, but companies like Data East brought a lot of their games. So I just realized something that's going to drive people crazy. My model was slightly off-center there. Right, no Sega to Sanshiro in the US. No Sega to Sanshiro, no buy. Ooh! Though, I will say, because of how popular Virtua Fighter was, Sega did rush the port, and that did negatively affect the system's perception at launch. Because, put it this way, it was bad enough they had to issue another version called Virtua Fighter Remix. Because the 32X version played better. Which is not a sentence you want to say about your new, next-gen flagship console. I will, however, go to bat all the time for the 32X on a capabilities level. It was a very capable bit of hardware. It was not a good idea from a business perspective. Sega probably shouldn't have made the 32X. Virtua Fighter on the 32X, I know I've tweeted about this before, has a super cool feature, which is a proper anamorphic widescreen mode. So if you had one of the very fancy, very expensive 16:9 aspect ratio CRTs, you could play Virtua Fighter on your Sega Saturn at a proper 16:9. I've done it. It looks awesome. Runs great, too. I still think the Virtua Fighter 3 TB port for Dreamcast is still pretty good, though I don't know why they didn't just do it in-house. I don't know why there are Sega Naomi arcade games that didn't get ported to Dreamcast. They 100% should have. Oh, if AM2 did it themselves, probably would have been arcade perfect. I mean, Virtua Fighter 2 on Saturn, despite coming out in 1996, I think remains one of the most technically impressive fighting games of that entire console generation. Not really matched, in my opinion, until Tekken 3 in, 2000. That went pretty well. Because Virtua Fighter 2 ran at a full 640 by 480, 60 frames per second, looked amazing, just absolutely killer stuff. And nothing on the N64 or PlayStation at the time was even close. And this isn't, my opinion as a Sega fanboy. I would dare you to point to any other game from 1996, even remotely as impressive. The only other game that I think is maybe visually as impressive from 1996 would be Pilot Wings 64. Just for selling... Oh, that was cheeky. There was something in the fire. I mean, it's also quite literally the swan song, Creator Unreal. They didn't make any home console hardware after that. Hello, imps. That's an awful lot of you. You know what? That is something that will never get old. Oh, oh, I see. I see. If I had to pick a favorite Sega console, for me it's still always going to be the, Genesis/Mega Drive. I mean, gun to my head, I'm picking that over the Super Nintendo still. I don't know if I 100% agree with that assessment, but the Saturn was capable of amazing things. The thing is, the ease of programming on the PlayStation is one of its massive strengths. One of the downfalls of the N64 is that it was really hard to program for, and turns out that was a feature, not a bug. Hiroshi Yamauchi, president of Nintendo at the time, wanted it to be hard to make games for because he thought it would make the system's software more exclusive and higher quality, which is a really dumb mentality when you're trying to recapture market share that you lost the previous, console generation. Because the Super Nintendo, relatively speaking, lost market share because suddenly Nintendo had competitors, and they fundamentally hadn't really, not really, during the, Famicom's heyday. During the Famicom's heyday, in 1987, the PC Engine launched. The Famicom practically outlived it. By 1994, PC Engine, Super CD, etc. software was really coming to a, trickling to a halt. Yeah, it got games for a couple more years, not in large numbers. The Mega Drive, never a huge success in Japan. I think Sega's own Pico outsold the Mega Drive in Japan, but somebody fact-checked me on that. Point is, the Mega Drive, the Genesis, was carried by international success, not domestic Japanese success. And I think Nintendo were a little blind to that at the time. They weren't overly concerned with it. Right, I mean, the Pico was on the market forever. Though, if we're gonna talk about market longevity, we gotta talk about the Sega Master System, which fundamentally has never stopped being sold brand new. Like, ever. Since it came out. You can still go buy a brand new Mega System. $3.4 million. Yeah. Brazil is keeping the Master System, not Mega System, Master System alive and well. And honestly, I love that. Oh, well, I got something in the mail today, class, that I'm very excited about. I might have bought a new worst games console for myself. Oh no, I have a Master System. Not a Zeebo. A Zeebo is just too hard to get working with the digital-only nature of its software. I do want a Gamecom quite badly, Howell, but they've gotten very expensive, which seems absurd to say, but it's true. Nope, not a Fairchild Channel F. I do want one of those. You have to understand, Howell. I have a Watara Supervision. I know all about bad handheld games consoles. I agree with you, Hanabi. Also, the Gamecom thinking, I bet gamers would like to, be able to have their gaming devices connected and, networked to stuff. They were right. No, not the R-Zone. I will say, this is something I would be able to stream from with normal composite output. I do not have a Gizmondo. I wish I did. No, I would love one of those consoles built into a TV, but those are shatteringly rare and expensive. Let's see, I will start giving some hints here. There were only 5 games released for this console at retail. Not a Jaguar CD. I still regret selling my Atari Jaguar. I didn't get a new one. A Nuon has more than 5 retail games. If I ever did see a Nuon-compatible DVD player, like at a thrift shop, I would hop on that instantly, though, because then I could play Iron Soldier 3, and that would be sick. It's not a Hyper Neo Geo 64. Did that home version ever release, or was it strictly arcade hardware? Because I'm not sure on that one. Also, I've got to point out, it was planned for a home release, and the Hyper Neo Geo 64 is name-dropped in a Del the Funky Homo Sapien song. Not a PS5. This is debatably retro. Oh, I saw that video, Commodore. I love that guy's videos. I have not yet gone down the expensive rabbit hole of arcade PCBs. I have thought about it. I'm not there yet, because I would need to get a bunch more specialist hardware to stream from those effectively. I'm not yet at that point. You figured it out, Hanabi? Do tell. It's not a Bandai Palladium. Or is that Casio? It's not a Loopy, though I do want a Loopy very badly. I can't believe you got it, Hanabi. You're getting the gold star. I bought a Mattel Hyperscan. We're Card Gaming. Game Center CX, you are one of the greatest television programs potentially ever, and one of my big inspirations, or why I want to share retro games the way that I do, finding the joy in them. I mean, one could argue that Mattel were making a serious attempt with the Hyperscan. The reason I bought it, besides seeing one for a very reasonable price, there is a burgeoning Hyperscan homebrew community. Somebody got doomed to boot on the Hyperscan. I can't tell you how excited I am about that. I will get a Loopy eventually. But given that there is an emerging Loopy, or not Loopy, but Hyperscan homebrew scene, which is trying to reverse engineer the cards, because apparently the cards themselves are in a proprietary format. So even using like a phone RFID app, you can't spoof it yet. There's a Ben 10 game, there's an X-Men game, there was an Avatar: The Last Airbender game that was completed but never released. The thing is, I'm gonna call it now. I think within the next year, you're gonna see a lot of people talking about the Hyperscan. I'm calling it now. But I'm getting in right now on the ground floor of Hyperscan homebrew. The main barrier to spoofing it right now, Commodore, is nobody knows what format the encoded data on the cards is in, and it's probably proprietary. So attempts are being made to circumvent it. Also, it can play backups no problem, which is good because there's only 5 games on the system. I don't know if the e-reader's been cracked. I imagine it has been since the e-reader's very simple. That makes me think I should do an e-reader stream. I have an e-reader. It still is holding in memory the last game I scanned on it, you know, however many years ago. I actually used my e-reader quite a bit with Animal Crossing, which was awesome. Right, the cards were the meal ticket with the hyperscan. It was a cheap console at retail, and new games were only $20. The idea being that kids would then buy the cards like they buy, you know, trading cards and Pokemon cards and whatnot. And that didn't really work out for them because pretty much everybody agreed immediately, wow, this is a turd, and they're not wrong. But that's part of why I'm so excited about it. It arrived today. It's actually sitting in a box behind me right now. It's taken a lot of self-control to not hook it up. Oh, see, I like the e-reader. That does remind me, I do also have an N-Gage, and I am working on a way to get actual video out from an N-Gage compatible platform. I'm using that wording carefully because some Nokia phones, later Nokia phones, were N-Gage software compatible because N-Gage was a software platform, not only phone hardware. There we go. And as such, not just Java, I don't think. It's not a J2ME device. Right, the e-reader had a lot of potential, and it felt like it just never got fully invested in. Well, if this is all opening up, what's that going to mean? Right, the extra Mario levels were awesome. And those were included in the Wii U release of Mario Advance 4 Super Mario Bros. 3, which is a terrible name. Oh, yeah. Look at this. Look at that snow coming through the hole in the roof. This is so cool. Well, hold on. I had to just adjust my seat a little bit. Stuff like this. This is why Doom is so cool. Like, it doesn't get much better than this. Okay, where is stuff going to spawn in from? Try to avoid picking stuff up until I really need it. I'm willing to bet that a bunch of archviles are going to spawn in towards the end. Let's refill. Nothing back here. Okay, I saw another thing lowering. Yep, there we go. There's the other stuff. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. There we go. Yikes. All right. Let's let that guy have his fun. Yeah, I just like Doom, Vin, and its, you know, default weapons and all. I do have Hedon and Hedon Bloodright Crank Thulu. I just haven't played them yet. They look very high quality, though. Right, I have the big friendly gun. Everybody's favorite. I mean, if you're looking for new maps, then you can't do much better than these. Simulacrum here is pretty amazing. Oh, that was close. And we're through. That wasn't so bad. Hey, Sarzak, how you doing? Look at that. The snow coming in from outside onto a throne. This looks so cool. Alpine Halls. Next, Wired Depths. 933 enemies. We're getting into big boy map territory here. This is going to be something. What kind of opening nonsense are we looking at here? Oh yeah, but thinking about the hyperscan, before I stream from it, I'm probably going to want to get more than just the one game I have for it, which is the X-Men game. Well, that's kind of appropriate considering there's an X-Men adjacent film out right now, which I haven't seen yet. I haven't seen Deadpool and Wolverine. I've heard it's good. I've heard it was really funny. I've heard that even if you're kind of over the whole, like, you know, MCU thing, that it's worth seeing anyway. I hope that's true. Oh, that's evil. That's mean. What a cool fight. Oh, God. Oh! Would you look at all that? You went in assuming the worst and still had a good time. That sounds like a good review to me. I'm going to try to avoid picking up the Mega until I really, really need it. Prevent you from resurrecting anybody if I can. Only one. Not bad. Right, let's get the hell out of there. Look at all this. Here's our rockets. Let's try to take out those arachnotrons first if I can. They're going to be a pain. We can leverage a lot of monster infighting here to do work for us. But we gotta get a move on. Those cyber demons do work. Also, a pretty good opening. I'm gonna make a save here. I'm not too concerned about trying to fight the cyber demons because they're gonna work for me more than against me at this juncture. So really, I would love if I could get the arachnotrons fighting the cyber demon. That cyber demon's attention is still on me. I think that megasphere is still over there. Let's go grab it. There we go. Yikes. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Let's try to focus this fire. Oh, that didn't work well. Yeah, see, that sounds fun, Crank Thulu. Also, you know, Hugh Jackman does a great job in pretty much everything. Oh yeah, I keep getting distracted though. Back to the Mattel Hyperscan. I am quite excited about that. I had wanted one years ago, and I'd ordered one off of eBay. This was a long time ago, and it just never showed up. Like, the seller just never sent it. I got a refund, but it was still like, damn, more like hyper scam, which a lot of people call it anyway. Point is, I'm excited to see how one of the most transparent cash grabs in gaming history actually is. How unplayable are its games? Because they look pretty bad. And you know me, I love a bad game. Oof. Because to me, bad games are interesting. They usually mean that something was tried. Yeah, I'm getting back to it. It looks very low quality. I'm super curious to see what homebrew on it is going to be like, because I know there are a number of homebrew demos and whatnot for the Hyperscan. So I'm super curious, like, what kind of homebrew have people been making for the Mattel Hyperscan? You know, why even have a homebrew community for it? I think the answer to that is always, why not? It's fun. Now, it's the same reason that, you know, games still get ported and released on the Atari Jaguar even today. They run at an impressive quality. That reminds me of, I think it was Satoru Iwata who said, when you see the graphics of the Revolution, meaning the Wii, you'll say, wow. And people sure did, but not because they were impressive. They said, wow, Nintendo's releasing a standard def-only console when everybody else is going HD? Bold move. Let's see how it plays out for them. Turned out really, really well, but, you know, you can understand why people were not very impressed. I mean, that's barely even a joke. It is fundamentally just a souped-up GameCube, which is not really that bad a thing to be. And I do think a lot of Wii games look very nice. It just was not a system aimed at impressive high-fidelity graphics. That focus was deliberate. Whether you think it was the right idea or not, I mean, it sold more than almost any other games console in history at that point, with the exceptions being the PS2 and then Nintendo's own DS. I think that happened most, Hanabi, with the ones that were trying to look like what were then current-gen games. Like, they were trying really hard to have that sheen of next-generation graphics. And so they ended up looking weird. That's my theory, at least. Like, they try to shoehorn in something like normal mapping, and it would just end up looking kind of out of place. Let's bring the little guy out. There we go. Does anybody else remember what, like, a big deal normal mapping was when it burst into the gaming lexicon in 2006 or so? I do remember specifically there was one Wii game where the developers were like, we'll prove the Wii can do, you know, this new graphical technique too. And the game, I believe, was called Dewey's Adventure, which was a platform, like 3D-ish platform game where you played as a little water guy, made, I believe, by Konami, or published by Konami, for the Wii. Can anybody corroborate, or am I just going nuts here? Am I just making things up? Was there, in fact, a game called Dewey's Adventure on the Wii? It existed. Okay. Konami put out a bunch of games in the very early days of the Wii, including one that I like a lot that I never see people talk about, called Elebits, which was sort of a first-person shooter, but not really. Elebits is a hard game to describe, but used the interactivity of the pointer very well. It was a lot of fun to play as a result. Do we have any Elebits fans in the chat? I don't know that Elebits ever had a DS version. I thought it was Wii only, but again, I could be wrong. Who or what am I threatening? Time to threaten you like the robot you are. If you're a robot, why aren't you doing what I programmed? Can't believe it. You're going to have to be deactivated. You are not 3 laws compliant and must be destroyed as a result. Oh, it's on the DS as well. I've never seen the DS version. There we go. We're starting to have things calm down a little bit over here. Ah, the sequel was on the DS. Ooh. Been a fun one so far, but we have a lot of enemies left. Goodness. There are also 2 secrets in the map. I'll leave those cyber demons for now. Something tells me we'll see another large fight here at some point. Oh, that being a clear floor and not a ramp is really tripping me up. All right, we've got the BFG. We've got a lot of enemies. Let's rock and roll. Hit some switches. Blow some stuff up. I could really use that Megasphere. I'll leave that alone for now, though. I wonder what these switches are going to do. Let's find out if we can. Did I miss that? Oh, that's what it did. Oh, where's the other one? Oh, I saw it. Anyway, I don't know when you should expect to see the Hyperscan stream. But when I do it, I would like to have a bunch of homebrew kind of ready to go. Oh, Jaguar for sure. I'll say this as many times as I need to. I think the 3DO is a good system with a good library. There are a lot of really fun games on 3DO. The Jaguar has a pitiful library, and not a lot of it's great. The best games on Jaguar, in my opinion, are Doom, Tempest 2000, and it's not even close. There's really interesting stuff on 3DO. And not just interesting, it's fun to play, like, to this day. Not just interesting for its time. A lot of it is. The other thing I need to put a little more time into fixing up is my CDI. Because getting it partially working was pretty good. Hey, Tachikoma, how you doing? But I want my CDI fully operational. I still got a pretty good deal on it, all things considered. You know, under $300 to get a fully working CDI with the digital video cartridge is pretty damn good. I know might sound a little crazy given that it's, you know, the CDI. But even that, there's more than I expected that I'm interested in. Right, that AVP game is very good. Let's see, when I had a Jaguar, in my library, I had Doom, I had Tempest 2000, I had, it's the driving game, I think it was called Club Drive. It was not very good. It was a 3D driving game. I also had Checkered Flag, which was like a bad virtual racing knockoff that ran worse and looked worse. I had Zool 2, which is a port of an Amiga platformer that has technically impressive graphics with a ton going on screen and a lot of colors, but it's horrifically ugly. I had Rayman. Rayman's excellent. Rayman on Jaguar was genuinely great. I had Ultra Vortec, which was a not very good fighting game. I had Fight for Life, which was another not very good fighting game. That one was a 3D fighting game, meant to show that, yeah, the Jaguar can do Virtua Fighter just as well as anything else, and it really can't. I had the Bubsy game that was exclusive to Jaguar, which is really dreadful. What else did I have? I did not have a Jaguar CD. Oh, Iron Soldier. Iron Soldier was pretty good. I'll give it that. Where is there one last Archvile still? I think I got them. There we go. Zool was indeed the one you're thinking of. It had a weird-ass tie-in with Chupa Chups, however you say. I've never known how to say that candy's name. Is that bad? Is that bad to admit that I don't know how to say that? But yes, it was an official tie-in with Zool. Is that the one with the Nerf guns? Bubsy 2 was the one with Nerf. And Bubsy 2 was on every platform you can imagine. I will say Bubsy 2 was marginally less wretched than Bubsy 1.
There is no Dana, only Zool.
Wrong Zool, but yeah. I'm Vince Clortho, the Keymaster. Actually, I think I've said it before. That scene from Ghostbusters is how I learned I can do that voice that I just did. That, you know, imitating that as a kid and realizing that I could do that. That and Dr. Claw from Inspector Gadget. We're gonna have some fun here. No, that's Zoop, Mock Minotaur. Zoop is the game you would see every time you went to rent a video game. They'd always have Zoop. I bought Zoop out of curiosity at some point because you always see it at used game stores for like $2. It's a super common, really cheap game. And you know what? It's pretty good. It's a totally okay puzzler. What, Hal? You can't just
Drop into this voice
whenever you want in the middle?
of a sentence.
That's not like a toggle or anything I'm doing. I can just do that. Also, I think I'm going to want to leave Dr. Claw. You are one of the coolest villains in a children's cartoon maybe ever. Lawyer Ganondorf, welcome on in. What were you up to tonight? So welcome on in, Raiders. If you don't know me, my name's Professor Bloom. I'm a teacher. I do a lot of singing, organize a VTuber choir, and play lots of retro games on real hardware and lots of Doom 2 custom megawads. Tonight, I am playing more of Simulacrum, which is a very cool but very challenging megawad that came out a few weeks ago, month or two. What were you up to? Oh, gotta stretch a bit. How directly petty? Did it even include Dare to be Stupid? Because that would be next level plagiarism if it did. Okay, just the original stuff, not licensed. Splintered Fate. Which one is that? I know there was the Cowabunga collection recently that collected all the old games together. Is that the new 2D beat-em-up? I remember seeing the pixel art for that. Looks beautiful. But I have not played it myself. As a roguelike. Interesting. Oh, got stuck. That's no good. Oh, close. Hades, but with turtles. That actually sounds great. Like, that sounds really fun. I liked Hades a lot. I haven't played Hades 2 yet. But 1 was a ton of fun. And I don't often go for that style of game. Thank you for the follow, Epithenia. I hope I said your name right. Okay, hitting the blue key switch unleashes a ton of archviles. I might want to wait on doing that. I might want to also try to get a big infight going. That I don't have quite so much work to do. Whoop, 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 that's bad. Didn't get out of there in time. What if I just kill this guy now? I know that'll spawn in more revenants, so I didn't want to pick up that Megasphere just yet, but that's okay. If I can avoid eating some bad Revenant missiles, I should be able to get a lot of work done with the BFG here. We do have... Oh no! Oh, Archie's come in from the... So one thing you can do in Doom, you can have enemies stop a gap, essentially. So when that Spider Mastermind dies, stuff is going to spawn in from where she's currently standing. And what that'll mean for us is just, you know, more enemies to deal with. So in a way, we want to take care of as much of the outside as we can without killing her yet. So I'm going to focus my fire on the outside parts of the arena and try not to overextend myself. We got to go grab some ammo. Oh, see, that's what you need to avoid. Get cornered and you die. Oh, I was so close. It's called the enigmatic scale. I'm not entirely sure what you mean, if you mean musical or if you mean something else. But I will say, where do you get off being so mysterious, Scale? You should reveal yourself and your secrets. Don't hide them from us. So one super cool, fun thing to do in Doom is carve a path through a big crowd of low-level mobs with a rocket launcher, stepping into the gap your shot left. It's such a cool sensation. And it's one of those things that feels very uniquely Doom. I'm going to make a save. This is going pretty well. Well, I say it's going well as I... Oh, I see what happened. Spider Mastermind died. That's what happened. And me low on ammo. That's not good. All right. So first things first, let's grab some ammo and get in there in the center and try to take out these archviles before they do too much. Archviles are always out here doing too much. We're getting very close. Whoop, sent flying a little bit. Yikes. Verdi sure did, especially in the Requiem. It's been a long time since I have gotten to sing in a performance of the Verdi Requiem, and I very much hope to be able to again within the next couple years. One of the groups I sing with is considering doing it. And I would love to convince them of it. Either that, the things they're considering for a large project in a couple years are either the Verdi Requiem or the Bach B minor Mass. Between those two, I'm pushing for the B minor Mass, which I've gotten to do once in my life, and it remains maybe the musical high point of anything I've ever sung. The experience of singing the B minor Mass in full was absolutely incredible. I mean, really nothing like it. It's the kind of work that when you perform it, or even if you just listen to it in full, you wonder, how did anybody make music after Bach? Do you know what I mean? Like, such kind of overwhelming greatness that it leaves you paralyzed. And I think that's, one of the real superpowers of creatives, of, people who can hear a work like the B minor Mass and be inspired to make something else. Hey, my old one, how's it going? How's it being a new father? Congratulations again, by the way. Yes, we are deep in the bone zone. Also, for anybody in the chat who doesn't realize, my old one is one of the two authors responsible for the maps you've been seeing these past few weeks. Baby's happy and healthy. That's really as good as life gets, isn't it? Trying to push through, that didn't work. What about rockets? Probably not, but let's try. Because that center is so dense, so packed with boneheads. Oh. Okay, we're in, we're good. We got this. Oh, we had it. I think that got... Nope, there's still one Archie. Got him. Yeah, we had to be a little surgical with it. going to be the loudest Revenant missile colliding against a pillar sound effect ever, once I eventually lead it to that. Ooh, there's still over 100 enemies left. We've still got some work to do, don't we? All right, we've got our blue key card hidden amidst the gore there. Well, would you look at all this? That's probably going to drop those down. By probably, I mean definitely that's what that's going to do. Let's go for it. Knew that was coming. But there's more. It's like an infomercial. But wait, there's more. Archviles in numbers uncountable. Actually, that's not all so bad. Ooh. Close. Well, this is a bad place to be. Let's get out of it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. 5 HP in a dream. Let's go. Oh, there's another. Oh, no. I got a mega. Okay, we're good. I didn't even see that one. Only thing now is we're getting perilously low on cells. Might want to let a lot of infighting happen here. Also, I've realized I haven't commented on the visuals of this map much. It looks amazing. The dramatic skybox, the big oppressive geometries. This is awesome. You sure did, Talos. Look at this. This is Doom par excellence. Yeah, the sea of corpses. Well, that just shows we've been doing our work. I do not have very many cells. So we're going to let a lot of infighting happen as I go find more to collect. I really should save those for dealing with those cyber demons, those siege cows. Whoop! Oh, that went poorly. 4 HP in a dream. Let's go. Right, show your work. You can't just say the enemies all died. There are only 10 enemies left in the map. Oh, 2 are the cyber demons I left alone at the start. Okay, there is ammo up there, so I don't need to be too conservative. That's one dealt with. I'm going to need to fight my way across that walkway, presumably to just hit that button. That will probably activate a crusher for those cyber demons in the corner over there. Or at least I hope it will. All right, this looks pretty good. If it doesn't activate a crusher, I can deal with them normally, but it really feels like a crusher scenario. But I guess not. That's okay. Wired Depths finished. Next map, Grand Spectrum, map 24. I'm actually going to take this opportunity to take a bathroom break, but I will be back momentarily. I'm also going to grab some water. And when I come back, we'll get right back into it. Give me just one sec. All right, I will be back in a minute. Oh yeah, this one. You'll see. All right. Thank you for waiting, everybody. Let me just get settled again. I went and got myself some water. And I am very excited for map 24 here because this one uses an incredible gimmick. You'll see what I mean. Also, hello, Budosaru. How you doing? This map is constantly going between dimensions. Hence the name Grand Spectrum. Look at this. Have you ever seen another game do this? Anywhere near as cool as this? Because this is peak video game to me. I can't think of anything cooler. And it's actually, I don't want to say it's a simple trick, because it's just an animated texture, but saying just an animated texture really undersells what's going on here. Because that means the textures have to be properly aligned across 3 entire different palettes, which is a nutso amount of work. Also, this opens up into a crazy courtyard pretty much immediately. Right, like, Chair, the more you look at it, the more insane the amount of work that must have gone into it becomes apparent. Do you see what I mean? Because it's like, it's well and good to apply these textures and line them up and make sure they're not, you know, out of alignment or anything in one set of textures, but to do that in 3 sets of textures across a single map is really a lot of work. I'm glad that Mumi and Myolden did that work, because this looks incredible. Also, shit, this is a hard fight. I think part of what's going to make this fight extra difficult is the shifting colors and textures, because your brain's trying to keep up with all of it at once, and it's a lot to keep up with, you know? Oh my god, my old, what was your reaction when you saw this map then? Because I can tell you what mine was, and it was that my jaw hit the floor. Absolutely unbelievable stuff. And it's like, thinking of other recent Megawads, F Eternity 2 had that one map with like the alternate dimensions going on. But this is like a step beyond that. And I know it's, you know, an animated texture. I don't want to say just an animated texture, because that's way underselling the amount of work for what's going on. But it was like, I've just never seen anything like this. Not just in Doom, but in any game, really? I don't know that I can think of another example of this. Certainly not in this exact manner. Also, this fight is genuinely really, really hard. It's so violent, so immediate. I'll go in with the SSG first and see. It's like, I need to establish space to move. Deal with the Archviles as soon as I see them appear. Oh my god. There's only a couple tiny pulls for cover. Pinkies are there to keep me from rocket spamming. Like, you'd think you could get an infight brewing, but not really. Oh my god. Oh! Oh, I thought I was around that. Nope. Really, which direction do I want to go in first? Because I feel like getting to... I really can't tell. Like, do I try to stand my ground and fight from the start? You can't see shit. I think maybe going up here first. Whoops. Thing is, there's just so much meat in a relatively small arena that even establishing any kind of foothold or mobility becomes really challenging. It's like, yeah, I want to get some big infights going, but... Okay, that was solid. Jesus. There's just so much happening. It's my best start so far. Made a cheeky save. I might regret it. Thought it got out of its way. Oh, there's one. Had one Archvile dead for a second. There's one Archie dead. Oh, God. Cyber Demon got me. I love when Doom Guy screams like that. That's how you know, like, oh, it was a big one. There's one dead. Probably going to regret taking all this healing so soon. Wait, is that both Archies? Might be both Archies. That's both Archies. Doesn't help me very much, really, but... I really need to get stuff infighting that Spider Mastermind so that she doesn't just exclusively target me. But it is what it is. The other thing is identifying lifts, which normally is, you know, mentally automatic in Doom, is now made slightly harder by virtue of all of the... No, this is Doom Guy, Kuma. I do not recognize Doomslayer nonsense. He's Doom Guy. Whoops. Whoops! This is so sick. This is so sick. Think... It can try to make me care about the story in Doom all they want. It's not gonna work. And I'm not against story in video games. Like, I play RPGs all the time. It's just with Doom, I don't need it. The gameplay is king. There we go. Okay. This room's not too insane. Actually, you know what the layout of this room really reminds me of? Is map 10 in Going Down. This has a very similar layout to that, with the alcoves, the waterway down the middle. I wouldn't say I'm a strong Doomslayer detractor. It's just with Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal. Doom 2016 I liked. I thought it was fun enough. Doom Eternal I didn't really care for. I don't think it's a badly made game or anything. Just not for me. There are design decisions in it that I disagree with strongly, that I think make it a weaker game. Particularly, and this was present in 2016 as well, I don't like that you can upgrade your weapons. There's branching weapon upgrades and whatnot. I just don't think that's very Doom. You know, what are you trying to tell me? The super shotgun can be better? No, it's called the super shotgun. Like, it should already be super. Don't talk to me like, you know, I can upgrade it and make it better. It's not so super then, is it? And I think the game design ramification of that is now your level designers have to design their levels around a broader range of possibilities. So instead of knowing that, okay, here are the tools that all of our players have access to, it now becomes, well, what if they have, you know, the upgraded SSG, or what if they have the upgraded machine gun? What if they have the upgraded rocket launcher? I think it pulls focus away from what I would call design clarity. And I think that makes Doom Eternal's level design less interesting than, say, what I'm playing right now. Which, a big part of why classic Doom like this, you know, why people keep making content for it, is because we have a set, you know, bestiary and weaponry, and people can come up with incredibly, incredibly creative level designs using those known quantities. That's the difference, I think. Right, and stuff like the glory kills, while turning enemies into resources, is an interesting gameplay decision. It's not one I'm a fan of. Because then it means you have to... Like, one thing you see factored in are those just like grunt enemy types, where their only purpose is basically being fodder for you to use as a resource later on in the levels. You know what I mean? I'm talking about those ones that are just kind of shambling around, that don't do anything. Like, they don't fight you, they don't attack. They're just there to be, you know, refills for your ammo. I don't think that's very interesting. Exactly, shorts. They're just kind of wandering around. And while they do add something in terms of, like, visual ambiance, like, oh yeah, this is an, you know, infestation full of whatevers. Just, it doesn't do it for me. Is what it comes down to. Like, again, game design stuff like this is fundamentally subjective. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer. I know what I personally like and appreciate in game design, and it's not that. I wish they had done something else. That doesn't mean, you know, oh, you're a bad person if you like this instead of classic Doom. No. Don't be silly. Just for me, I finished Doom Eternal, and I probably won't play it again because it didn't excite me. You know, if it excited you, great. I'm glad you had a game you had fun with. That's the... And this seeped into that Twitter thread a bit. That, I'm still shocked got the amount of attention that it did. It still is. My phone has been, like, going off nonstop during this stream. I'm gonna need to mute that thread. But, what was I thinking? Oh, yeah. A lot of people took very, almost personal offense at the, you know, idea that I think you should's too strong a word. I think it's a shame that a lot of people are unwilling to put their modern biases and expectations aside when they play older games. Because I think there's a lot of fun to be had if you are willing to, engage with old games on their own terms. Right, there's very few scenarios in which I will judge somebody for liking a game. Ooh, I'll sing something XSE. Oops, that's a say. That would have been bad. I know what I'll sing. One of the Doom classics here. I like that I've created something of a Pavlovian response in some of my audience between songs and Doom. This is one I have heard that about. Wise men say only fools rush in, but I can't help falling in love with you. Shall I stay? Would it be a sin if I can't help falling in love with you? Like a river flows surely to the sea, darling, so it goes. Some things are meant to be. Take my hand, take my whole life too, for I can't help falling in love with you. Like a river flows surely to the sea, darling, so it goes. Some things are meant to be. Take my hand, take my whole life too, for I can't help falling in love with you, for I can't help falling in love with you. I thought for sure there would be Archies, but they're around the exit. Well, let's do one more. As an example of me being, subject to my own rules and desires about, putting yourself in the right frame of mind for older games. When I was playing Treasure Island Dizzy, well, that's a little loud. When I was playing Treasure Island Dizzy, initially I was lamenting the style of the inventory management for being a little old and a little clunky. But you know what? I instead got used to it, played the game on its terms, and had a really fun time. We are now on to Manner of Infinite Forms, map 25. This is, if you watched the NBA in the 90s, Kuma, you know what this song is. No way you couldn't. Hey Toka, how's it going? Also, this is about to transition into another song entirely. It's by one of my favorite bands. I mean, it's impossible to hear this Hanabi and not think basketball. No shame. And here's the incredibly smooth transition here. So good. Oh, God. Whoops, shouldn't have picked that up. Don't think sorry's easily said. Don't try turning tables instead. You've taken lots of chances before, but I ain't gonna give any more. Don't ask me, that's how it goes, 'cause part of me knows what you're thinking. Don't say words you're gonna regret. Don't let the fire rush to your head. I've heard the accusation before, and I ain't gonna take any more. Believe me, the sun in your eyes made some of the lies worth believing. Thank you, Toka. I am the eye in the sky, looking at you. I can read your mind. I am the maker of rules, dealing with fools. I can cheat you blind, and I don't need to see any more to know that I can read your mind. 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 Don't leave false illusion behind. Don't cry, I ain't changing my mind. So find another fool like before, 'cause I ain't gonna live anymore believing some of the lies, while all of the signs are deceiving. I am the eye in the sky, looking at you. I can read your mind. I am the maker of rules, dealing with fools. I can cheat you blind, and I don't need to see any more to know that I can read your mind. 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 I am the eye in the sky, looking at you. I can read your mind. I am the maker of rules, dealing with fools. I can cheat you blind, and I don't need to see any more to know that I can read your mind. 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 If anybody didn't know, that was Sirius, followed by Eye in the Sky by the Alan Parsons Project. One of the best prog rock bands from the 80s, 70s and 80s. And the reason that you know that first one, whether you know it or not, is it was the run-out music for the Chicago Bulls back in the 90s, in the Jordan era. That's why you probably recognize that. Let's hear what this map's MIDI actually is. Ooh, I like it. Yeah, I think I saw earlier my old one talking about, like, the original Resident Evil. Or, yeah, Metal Gear Solid 1. The games are very much built around the controls that were, you know, common at the time. The game doesn't ask you to do anything without, you know, anything that wouldn't work well. That's why those are well-designed games. A great example of the opposite is Bubsy 3D, which is a game I like more than maybe, you know, the average person would. I don't think it's very good. I think it's the best Bubsy game. And I think that's a great example, not of a game that aged poorly, but of a game that was not sure how to do what it set out to do, to the point that it suffered as a result. It would be a better game with a more quote-unquote modern control scheme. The thing is, I don't think Bubsy 3D is terrible. There's some pretty good level design in there. And when the level design lines up well with the control methods, like it does, and I'd say the first couple worlds, it's actually pretty fun. And I don't think that's like a hot take. Because even if you go back to when Bubsy 3D was new and read reviews, it wasn't like people hated it. They're like, it's just not, you know, as good as something like Mario or Crash. They didn't love it, except for one very spurious review that they advertised on the cover of Bubsy, that they got some, like, gold award. I don't know which magazine awarded that, if in fact they did. That's just advertisers being advertisers. I mean, I will say Ulalelia's deep, deep love of Bubsy and Bubsy 3D are precious and should be treasured. Also, this is going to sound very strange. I'm so happy for Ulalelia that he's the good ending of somebody who gets a lot of internet exposure. I mean, George Wood, Flights of Fantasy, loved Bubsy on 16-bit. And that was actually a very common opinion. Bubsy 1 reviewed really well. And I would say it's a great example of how advertising can buy you good scores. Hello, Bone Noble. How you doing? Me too. I would desperately love to play Platform Masters. Not because it looks like a good game, but because I want to see the most impressive parallax scrolling ever coded. Ever. Right, that's the other thing that you bring up a great point, Toko, which is that you don't have to like every game. Like, just because something's, you know, critically well-liked, you're under no obligation to play it or like it. Well, that sounds fun, Bone Noble. What game? Oh, look at me sniping that Archvile. That felt good. Star Sector. Okay. I have not played that. Yeah, there are plenty of games that people generally, agree are good or really like. I've just never, had the taste for it. You don't have to. You don't have to like every game. You don't have to play every game. For a lot of games, I think it would do people good to realize you don't have to be the target audience. I mean, I see this a lot when you see people tweeting hot takes about Pokemon in particular. I'm going to single out Pokemon fans. I think what a lot of them are realizing is maybe I don't like Pokemon anymore. And that, that can be a weird, upsetting thought that you don't actually enjoy what you thought was one of your favorite franchises anymore. Now, I won't pretend that I can speak to the quality of modern Pokemon games because I can't. I have not played them. But I feel like maybe there's a point where you should have that conversation with yourself of, am I the target audience for Pokemon? Chances are no, because you're not 8 anymore. That doesn't mean, you can't play Pokemon. I would never suggest that. But I would say that a lot of the complaints I see people having about Pokemon games are that they're very easy. And it's like, well, yes. It's a beginner RPG series aimed at children. It's going to be easy. With DLC stuff, I have kind of a different opinion, but that's mostly predicated on not loving Capcom's business practices. And again, I'm not saying you can't be a fan of, certain franchises after a certain age. I still love Mario games. I'll buy new Mario games when they come out. I also think, Nintendo does a pretty good job making the Mario series very accessible for newcomers while also, affording a serious challenge in the later levels to longtime players. But, again, these are separate conversations. The question, though, of, am I the target audience for this game? I think is, worth asking. What I'm playing right here, this is aimed at Doom enthusiasts. I would never suggest to somebody that, oh yeah, you've never played Doom before? Start with this, highly challenging, extremely intricate megawatt designed for people who have loved Doom for years and who are very good at it. No, that would be silly. That would be irresponsible of me. Yeah, you've never played Doom before? Play, Alien Vendetta as your first megawatt. No. That's not smart. Can you imagine how much somebody would hate Doom if that was their first and, only exposure? Start with Adventure Island for platformers. God. I'm very glad that I took Sunday off from playing that and stopped when I did on Saturday, because my wrists were really starting to feel it. Yeah, no, Gen 1 Pokemon is not a hard game. You were probably a child when you played it and didn't understand the mechanics very well, therefore it was harder. Ooh, do ya, Toka? Whoops. Just got blown up. I will say, breaking a game with glitches and whatnot is also a valid part of the fun of a game, in my opinion. I'm not against, using an exploit. Especially when it's fun. Oh, Dragon's Trap is so good. That might be my favorite Master System game. Kind of up there with Phantasy Star. That's an amazing game. Look at that sniper work. For a new player's first Megawatt Fin, actually by one of the two authors of this, there was a 2022 Megawatt called Nostalgia. Once you have played through, let's say, Doom 1, Doom 2, you're starting to become more confident. Maybe even before you play Final Doom, I think you would have a lot of fun playing Nostalgia, because it's Doom but more. It's harder than commercial Doom 2, but it's not an insurmountable challenge. It looks great, it plays great. It's just, if you liked Doom, Nostalgia's a great next step. I mean, I would still recommend Final Doom, but that one almost with a little caveat. I'll sing something, Sarzak. Give me a sec. Oh, there we go. I mean, I love Plutonia, but I would not expect everybody else to love Plutonia. What I will say is Plutonia is a great way to build up not just your Doom skill, but your Doom sense. Your awareness of Doom in a historical context and how to understand what has come after. I did not see that trailer yet, my Olden. When is the release? I'm going to have to watch that after stream. I can't tell you how many people I've recommended Nostalgia. Let's go some more crooner era stuff. Well, because I'm about to sing, so I turned on the reverb. No hard release date yet. Understandable. You've got a small child now. Let's see. I sing it almost every karaoke stream, or not karaoke stream, Doom stream, but I always will. Somewhere beyond the sea, somewhere waiting for me, my lover stands on golden sands and watches the ships that go sailing. Somewhere beyond the sea, she's there waiting for me. If I could fly like birds on high, then straight to her arms I'll go sailing. It's far beyond the star, it's near beyond the moon. I know beyond a doubt my heart will lead me there soon. We'll meet beyond the shore, we'll kiss just as before. Happy we'll be beyond the sea, and never again I'll go sailing. I don't want to pick up the plasma. I feel like it's trapped. Also, I found that secret. That makes me feel good about myself. I could tell. It was not trapped. Amazingly. Bespoke soundtrack. Ooh. I know beyond a doubt my heart will lead me there soon. We'll meet, I know we'll meet beyond the shore. will kiss just as before. Happy we'll be beyond the sea, and never again I'll go sailing. No more sailing. So long sailing. Bye-bye sailing. Move on now, Captain. So long. Whoa, didn't see all that up there. Whoopsie. No, let's do one more. Let's do something fun. I'm excited for that, my olden. Just check the volume here. The color of infinity inside an empty glass. I'm squinting my eye and turning off and on and on and off the light. It's for this experimental film which nobody knows about, in which I'm still figuring out what's going to go in my experimental film. Yeah, you're all gonna be in this experimental film, and even though I can't explain it, I already know how great it's. I already know the ending, it's the part that makes your face implode. I don't know what makes your face implode, but that's the way the movie ends. And in my experimental film, which nobody knows about, but which I'm still figuring out whose face implodes in my experimental film. Yeah, you're all gonna be in this experimental film, and even though I can't explain it, I already know how great it's. Even though I can't explain it, I already know how great it's. Also, I already know how great it's is one of my favorite lines ever, because it's correct. It's, I don't know how great it is. Perfectly cromulent sentence. The color of infinity inside an empty glass. It's for this experimental film which nobody knows about, in which I'm still figuring out what's going to go in my experimental film. Yeah, you're all gonna be in this experimental film, and even though I can't explain it, I already know how great it's. Even though I can't Whoops, I jumped the gun. Film, and even though I can't explain it, I already know how great it's. Even though I can't explain it, I already know how great it's. Ooh, that was bad. Hey, Bridge Burner, how you doing? The Hell Knights ad-libbed for me. Well, I can't change the track now. They call me Dr. Worm. Good morning, how are you? I'm Dr. Worm. I'm interested in things. I'm not a real doctor, but I am a real worm. I am an actual worm. I live like a worm. I like to play the drums. I think I'm getting good, but I can handle criticism. I'll show you what I know, and you can tell me if you think I'm getting better on the drums. I'll leave the front unlocked 'cause I can't hear the doorbell. When I get into it, I can't tell if you are watching me twirling the stick. When I give the signal, my friend Rabbi Vol will play the solo. There's a big old melee here. Someday somebody else besides me will call me by my stage name. They will call me Dr. Worm. Good morning, how are you? I'm Dr. Worm. I'm interested in things. I'm not a real doctor, but I am a real worm. I am an actual worm. I live like a worm and I like to play the drums. I think I'm getting good, but I can handle criticism. I'll show you what I know and you can tell me if you think I'm getting better on the drums. I'm not a real doctor, but they call me Dr. Worm. They Might Be Giants just are the best. Oh, that was close. And the good songs just keep coming back to back now. Why are there so many songs about rainbows? And what's on the other side? Rainbows are visions, but only illusions. Rainbows have nothing to hide. So we've been told, and some choose to believe it. I know the wrong, wait and see. Someday we'll find it, the rainbow connection, the lovers, the dreamers, and me. Who said that every wish would be heard and answered if wished on the morning star? Somebody thought of that, and someone believed it. Look what it's done so far. What's so amazing that keeps us stargazing? And what do we think we might see? Someday we'll find it, the rainbow connection, the lovers, the dreamers, and me. All of us under its spell, we know that it's probably magic. Have you been half asleep? And have you heard voices? I've heard them calling my name. Is this the sweet sound that calls the young sailor? Voice might be one and the same. I've heard it too many times to ignore it. It's something that I'm supposed to be. Someday we'll find it, the rainbow connection, the lovers, the dreamers, and me. La da 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 da. Da 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 da. I couldn't very well call off Kermit the Frog. All right, that's enough though. That was a fun diversion on my part. Well, let's get back to the pulse pounding MIDI we're probably supposed to have. Well, we got Arch Files. Right, it is a great and sad song, as so many are. How is it that the Muppets have such extraordinary capacity to make us feel? Do you know what I mean? Like, you can take Muppets more seriously than you can take a lot of people. At least I can. The Muppets are also one of those things where anytime you see, an actor doing an interview alongside a Muppet, I absolutely adore that they treat their Muppet co-star with 100% sincerity. Do you know what I mean? It's like there's no wink and nod that, yes, there's a person, operating the Muppet. No, you address the Muppet when you speak to them. I think that's wonderful. Right, the Muppets are allowed to be very, very human. I would personally love... I feel like Disney doesn't know what to do with the Muppets, because they've owned the IP for a long time now, and have really kind of lost their way with the Muppets. I would love to see another Muppet movie take on literature. Do you know what I mean? Like, we have Muppet Christmas Carol and Muppet Treasure Island, and they're really fantastic. Like, they're both great films, but also really good adaptations of their respective source materials. Give us another movie where we have, like, one or two principal human characters, and then everyone else with the Muppets not as themselves. Never the Muppets as themselves, but the Muppets as characters. Having, Kermit as Bob Cratchit brings wonderful humanity to a character that's really almost an afterthought in the original, Christmas Carol. He's not a major character by any means. And anytime you've got a human actor, you've got two choices for how you play it. You've got either the Michael Caine school, which is, I am going to play this like I'm, on stage in London with the Royal Shakespeare Company, and I'm going to give an incredibly serious performance as Scrooge, which he was 100% right to do. That was an incredible performance. Or you're Tim Curry, where you are one of the Muppets, functionally. Those are your choices. So we're about to have another big fight. I can feel it. Muppet Oliver Twist. That would be quite good. I feel like Muppet Pride and Prejudice would be great. Yeah, that's the thing, Petty. Like, the Muppets can be wry, the Muppets can be sarcastic. But the thing they must be is sincere. In my opinion. No way it's not a huge monster closet. This is a monster wardrobe. It's an entire monster boutique. Thing is, I don't want those archviles to start bringing everything back, but I don't know how much choice I really have. A monster walk-in closet. Quick, class, here's a trivia question. Where is the first monster closet in Doom? If we are thinking historically. What was the first map to feature a monster closet? E1M3, ding ding ding, chair gets it. E1M3, the lights go off, and you see behind you the first monster closet. More square footage than my house. Me too. Oh, gotta stretch for a sec. It's like I want to curtail these Archies as much as I can, but I don't know how feasible that is without letting them spill out a little bit into the map itself. Imagine owning a house. Couldn't be me. I have a condo. Ooh, I would like that. Thank you. That's merciful. I was expecting this to be a lot stricter on ammo. There we go. Oh, look at this. Piece of cake here. It's got to do a little cleanup now. We got a lot of resources left. This is not so bad. Watch I say that, I grab this key and like 10 more archviles spawn in. Always very possible. Never discount the idea that more archviles could show up at any time. Ow. That might have been all of them. That might have been all of it. Isn't it satisfying, Petty? All right. I think we're good to go. I'm just waiting to see, like, the monster count start going back down. Like some archvile is undoing all my work. Infighting is such a good mechanic. No? All right. I'm gonna jinx myself right now by saying episode 3 hasn't been too bad for difficulty so far. Some large monster counts, but not anything awful. Right, Ion Fury. I've got two minds about it. Where I don't know. It ramps up. I'm sure it does. Ion Fury. Oh, there we go. 1171. It sure was Crank Thulu. Ion Maiden is a super cool technical achievement that still shares a lot of the problems I have with the classic build engine games in the first place. Well, that woke everything up without even activating that. All right, let's go. Okay, now we're cooking. Now we're really cooking. I shouldn't have gone down here. The thing for me with Ion Fury is just, and I don't even love build engine shooters that much, so it just didn't do a lot for me. I think it's very well made, but it's just kind of all right. Look at that skybox, the eye blinking at us. This is so cool. This is why Doom is still the game for me. Nothing else is quite like it. I will say, I'm very impressed by Ion Fury for being entirely made in an old engine. Whereas GZ Doom is a very modernized, fork of the Doom engine, basically. It's its own game development platform at this point. Whereas the build engine is still just the build engine. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. 1 HP in a dream. Oof. Right. I don't even think it's a bad game. I think it's fun. It just didn't wow me so much as a game. I think it's better than Duke 3D. But I also don't think Duke 3D is amazing. Hey, Hazmat, how's it going? I know a lot of people love Duke 3D. First episode's good. I think what it really comes down to, and I say this all the time when I'm talking about other, quote-unquote boomer shooters, I just really like Doom. Like, I really like Doom. I will never get tired of playing Doom. I'll never run out of Doom to play. But I've got to tell you, it's an awesome feeling to have essentially an unlimited supply of your favorite game. That rules. I'm very lucky. Right. Though petty, I think that's more that if I was a stupid teenager now, apart from the cultural references that I wouldn't get, I'd probably still think Duke Nukem 3D is funny. So it's, what I was saying before about, am I the target demographic for this game? Being a relevant question. Dusk, I did really, really enjoy. That's one of the only modern, boomer shooters, so to speak, that I've really loved. Because it has its own identity. It doesn't feel like it's trying to imitate another game. For a lot of them, it's like, this just kind of feels like Quake with extra steps. And very few of them feel like Doom. That's a purely subjective complaint on my part, is that I like Doom, and none of those games scratch the itch. None of them do Doom gameplay things. I tried Project Warlock. That didn't do it for me. I've heard, though, that the sequel, Project Warlock 2, is much better. Can anybody confirm or deny? Eden, I've been meaning to play because I do have those. That's true, Hal. And I've tried a bunch of them. It's just whether or not they have, staying power is what it comes down to. Oh, God. Sorry about your eardrums, everybody. Take care of these Archies. There's one. Right? That's a whole monster pop-up store right there. It's monster fast fashion. There we go. Oof. Oops. Apart from that last little hit from the Revenant missiles, I think I handled that fight pretty well. I think I navigated that quite successfully, if I may pat myself on the back for a minute. You went through the perfume aisle at Sears as a kid. Oh, this is going to sound like a very millennial core complaint. I miss department stores like how they used to exist when I was a kid. Because it was great. If you didn't, if you needed stuff, it was all there. And sometimes, you'd find stuff that you didn't realize, I really could use this. Also, as a kid, Sears had video games, so I would love to go to the video game aisle while, my mom shopped for whatever. Oh, yeah. Even walking past the open door of that store in the mall, Hanabi, used to just blast your nose. Mega Man DOS bought at a Sears. Oh, Sears was the first place I saw Donkey Kong Country. They had a display for it, and it was like, holy crap, these graphics are incredible. And it's funny to say that now, because I'm not actually a huge fan of Donkey Kong Country. I think it's just kind of okay as a game. I think 2 is great. But it was the first time I saw it, and the graphics were they were that incredible. They were so good. Your parents being devoted haters for Sears is really funny, Hanabi. I'm trying to think if there's any similar story. Hey, Cinder, welcome on in. Welcome in to Be or Not to Be 06. What were you up to? I'll shout you out in a moment, but I'm in it right now. But for anybody just joining from the raid, my name is Professor Bloom. I am a teacher. I do a lot of singing, organize a VTuber choir, and play lots of retro games on real hardware and lots of Doom 2 custom megawads. Junk Food 3, very nice. I am getting towards the end of Simulacrum here. This is map 26. And it's pretty amazing. This is the recent megawad from Moomy and Myolden. I'm loving it. Very great maps, highly aggressive combat, great visuals, just standout, sterling stuff. Junk Food 3, I've got to say, was tons of fun. Junk Food 3 had one level that I could swear Miyagi made for me specifically, which was the, like, mini golf, the putt-putt level. Like, combining golf and Doom in that form, there's no way that wasn't, like, surgically targeted towards me specifically. Those are the things I love. I didn't play every map in the set, but I would have to check which one that was. Map 79. I don't know that I got that far. I know I didn't on stream. I would have to check off stream. I would probably remember if I did. Well, that's kind of sick, to be or not to be. Yeah, oh, you made that one. Well, I'll check it out then. The junk food wads I treat very much like, you know, a box of chocolates. And that I will, you know, grab one, play it, try it, see if I like it. Maybe I do, maybe I don't, you know? Right. I mean, I think that's the right way to approach almost any community megawatt, unless it's meant to be played map after map. I did like the New Vegas map. Trying to get a big infight going. If you made the music for map 8, I would have to remember which one it was. I remember map 7 was the one with the hysterical super shotgun, like, Mancubus gimmick, where you had to SSG them from super far away. Which was incredibly fun. Get out of my way. There we go. Hey, Armand, welcome on in. What were you up to? Oh, good. The Spider Mom is dead. Ooh, Operation Raccoon City. That was the online one, wasn't it? Has a single player mode, though, right? Or am I thinking of a different one? Team-based solo offline. Okay. I knew it sounded familiar. All right. Let's go collect some rockets. There we go. Choose a job, blast away. Sounds good to me. I'm realizing I've played very few of the Resident Evil spin-off games. So there are a lot of them. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Have a good one. Let's save here. What's that gonna do? That's what it's gonna do. Survivor, the light gun one, or is that dead aim? Oh, there are two light gun ones, though, aren't there? The spin-off game I played, spin-off series that I played that I liked a lot, were, right, Umbrella Chronicles and Darkside Chronicles. I really liked those. The Wii was a secret, like, haven renaissance for light gun games. Because there were not only original ones like that, which were very good, but there were excellent ports of a lot of arcade light gun games, like Gunblade New York, LA Machine Gun, Ghost Squad. There was an original Dead Space light gun game that was very good. Right, they're pointer games, but come on. Same idea. You also had House of the Dead 1 and 2 ported, or 2 and 3 ported, and the incredible House of the Dead Overkill, which is just one of my favorite games on the Wii. I believe for a while that game held the world record for most F-bombs in a single-player game, which is just kind of funny that it was in a Wii game. It's the thing, you know, Nintendo as a company have the very family-friendly reputation, but they've had plenty of mature-rated games on their platforms over the years, including the Wii. You know, the very family-friendly Wii has a lot of very M-rated games, including one of my all-time favorites on the Wii. God, that looks so cool. Mad World. If you haven't played Mad World, you've got to play Mad World. Spectacular game. Like, one of the coolest of that entire console generation, bar none. No More Heroes 1 and 2, very good. Mad World also used the motion controls. Really satisfying. Right, Hanabi, I think that was with the Link costume. Oh my god, Greg Proops and John DiMaggio doing the commentary for Mad World. So funny. It's like they made a game and they're like, what if we made The Running Man but made it really, really funny? Oh, I gotta stretch for a sec. It was just nice to hear him. Oh, Whose Line was still on the air at that time, I think. Oh, hello, Cyber Demon. Good to see you. Hello, other Cyber Demon. Good to see you, too. Anarchy Reigns did deserve better. Really, almost all of the Sega games in that time period deserved better and didn't get it, which stinks. Because they were being really creative at the time. Mad World was published by Sega, right? I'm not losing my mind. Okay. I thought so. I can't always be sure in the middle of a stream how well I remember something. Called you Commodore Clueless? Oh, that's funny. Also, hey, how is William Shatner 93 years old and still looks that good? That's insane. Right. Oh my god. I remember that era. That, you know, we're going back to the conversation we were having a few weeks ago about people like Phil Fish and Jonathan Blow. And there was this big sentiment that, oh, Japanese games suck. And these Western indie developers were proclaiming it very loudly, like it was some, you know, gospel truth. And, man, that period sucked. Because that was like the start of, you know, the PS3 360 generation. He said modern Japanese games, and I think he was wrong then, too. especially if you broadened your horizons just beyond, say, what Capcom or Konami were doing. Because there were still lots of great games coming out across really all of those platforms. You know what, though? The 360 had Blue Dragon, which is a very good traditional RPG. And it's a bummer. People just dismissed it outright when it was new for being, you know, an old game with modern graphics or for looking cartoony or kiddie. It's like, that sucks, man. It's a perfectly fine game. Lost Odyssey was great. Infinite Undiscovery. Tales of Vesperia was a 360 exclusive in the West. I was going to say, because you heard it in, Barkley Shut Up and Jam Gaiden, I do love that Uematsu was able to call up Ian Gillan of Deep Purple and be like, hey man, can I get you on a track? I don't care that your voice is 30 years past its prime. I love it. Like, that's premium butt rock. Oh yeah, half of the ones I mentioned, Commodore, don't have an anime aesthetic. Lost Odyssey, not really. You'd be stretching pretty hard to say that. Yeah, no, it was the singer from Deep Purple. It was Ian Gillan in 2006. He had shredded his voice like 20 years before that. And honestly, he still doesn't do a bad job on it. They just should have been like, hey man, can you do more than one take? Because it really sounds like he did one take. And they just said, okay, we'll go with this. We only have a little studio time. I'm glad that people have come around to the fact that Keiji Inafune is largely a fraud. So hold on, I gotta stretch a bit. Inventing the first take 10 years early. I mean, a lot of people, criticize Nintendo for keeping the Wii standard def. But, I don't think it was a bad decision, really. Right, he's a businessman and not even very good at that. I mean, I think Half-Life 2 was pretty far ahead of most games, regardless of country of origin. Like, I don't think that's unique in comparison to Japanese gaming. Oh, that was close. So I'm just trying to figure out where I should go here. And that was also years before those remarks were made. That was 2004 that Half-Life 2 came out. You know what Jonathan Blow should have done, though, since apparently the Braid re-release, quote-unquote, sold like shit, in his own words. I'm saying he should have called up Soulja Boy to advertise the game. Because I don't think he advertised it at all. I don't know how much of a fraud I would call Itagaki. So much as just, he only made a couple good games. Oh, that reminds me. I saw on Twitter the other day, it was just the anniversary of Devil's Third releasing exclusively for the Wii U. So I have Devil's Third. I really want to like it a lot. it's one, I wouldn't pay what people ask for it today. It went up in price, I think, quite a bit. It's not like there were other platforms Metal Gear Solid 3 could have been on. I wouldn't go so far as Devil's Turd, just so much as that for a game with as fun and raucous a premise as it had, it was just kind of boring most of the time. Which to me, a game being boring is a far bigger sin than being quote-unquote bad. Though it is funny to call it Devil's Turd. Oof. There we go. In the clear-ish. Getting shot up a bit. I don't think Japanese games lost relevancy. I think that's a made-up thing people have convinced themselves happened. I think because enough Western game magazines said this has happened, people assumed it to be true. I don't think they ever lost relevancy. I don't think they ever will. Where is the blue key door? I have a blue key. They had a rough start, but I don't think Western developers navigated that generational change any better. If Western games dominated public perception during the PS3 360 era, it's because there are a lot more Americans and Europeans than there are Japanese. And that is where those platforms were most relevant. What is a blue key and blue key door? Oh, the DS had just launched in 2004 and went on to be one of the best-selling game systems of all time. What, 150 million units sold? Something like that? It's looking likely that the Switch will meet or surpass lifetime DS and PS2 sales, which is pretty incredible. I think it's blue. I'm not sure. I have the key. I don't have the door. Yeah, the NES was relevant in the West, as was the Super Nintendo, as was the Sega Genesis. Sega Genesis wasn't very relevant in Japan. The Mega Drive was a minor platform. For a while, playing third place to both the Famicom and the PC Engine. You know, NEC. I understand what they were going for, Hanabi, because they were kind of hedging their bet of, what if this DS thing doesn't catch on? It did. So it ended up not being a real concern for them. But, you know, it wasn't a given. Nothing's ever a given. And past success is not a guarantee of future success. Look at the Wii U. Followed up one of the most successful home game systems of all time, and sold, I think, what, only under 20 million worldwide? Oh yeah, Resident Evil 4, arguably one of the most relevant games of that entire console generation. Ah, this is where I gotta go. I got it now. There was just too much stuff in the way. Oof. I mean, the Virtual Boy, debatable whether you want to consider that as home console or handheld. Kind of in between. That was part of the problem. Ho, 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 ho. Hello, chain gunners. That's an awful lot of you. Well, that was cool as hell. awful lot of imps now. You got meat to wade through. The Virtual Boy was a large failure. I don't think it had a big impact on Nintendo in the long run. And probably not that big an impact in the short term either, given the kind of runaway financial success of the Game Boy still at that time. Though the underperformance of the N64 around the same time would have hurt them. Yeah, it was off the market in 9 months. Which is not a long time in the gaming world. It didn't even get to what you would consider, its second generation of software support. There were games that were fully completed that got canceled, like Bound High, probably the best example. You can play it right now. The whole game is available. Just download it, slap it on your Virtual Boy or an emulator, play it. I do love my Wonder Swan, I will say. Gunpei Yokoi's final console design, in fact. I feel like that's very well known, but... The thing with the Virtual Boy, the dirty secret that people don't want you to know, is most of the games on it are actually pretty good. Like, there's a few that aren't, but the actual software is fun. It's that the hardware itself was a bad idea. I will say, though, I have played my Virtual Boy for extended periods of time before. I have never suffered a headache or eye strain from it. Which was a commonly cited thing about it. Jack Bros is one of the few games I do not have. It is very expensive and hard to find. That's also the first Megami Tensei game released in the US, beating Persona 1 to market by, I think, over a year on PlayStation 1. Oh no, it's a very good game is the thing. I've played it before. It's really good. I passed up an opportunity to buy it a long time ago because it was still $100 even back then, and I couldn't justify that expense. I saw it for $100. Now, I would jump on that instantly because $100 would be an incredibly good price for a copy of Jack Bros these days. I mean, I don't doubt that the Virtual Boy could give some people eye strain. I've just never experienced it myself. But I feel like if you do anything for several hours without stopping or taking any other steps to, alleviate strain, like, yeah, you might get eye strain. That seems, common sense. If you read in low light for several hours, you're going to get, eye strain. I mean, what's Final Fantasy being turn-based have anything to do with its relevancy as a series? I miss the turn-based Final Fantasy games, so I just don't play the new ones. They don't interest me. Meanwhile, one of the best RPGs of this past console generation, Dragon Quest XI, is extremely traditionally turn-based and is a phenomenal game. Like, even from Square Enix themselves, there are plenty of great choices for traditional turn-based gameplay. They've just, for years, been trying to make Final Fantasy into something else. Yeah, 16 kind of came and went. I don't know if that's tied to its timed exclusivity. I don't even know if it's done with its timed exclusivity. I watched some other people play it, looked at it, and said, you know, I just don't have interest in playing this game. Not a judgment on if I think it's good or bad. Just, I don't think I'd have fun with it, so I'm not going to buy it. Right, and if I'm going to get it, I'd rather get it on PC than PlayStation, but that's because I have no interest in the PS5. Because there's very little software for it I want. I completely believe that, Crank Thulu. Because I think somewhere along the line, I don't know when it happened, but I think Final Fantasy XIV has completely eaten WoW's lunch. Now, this might just be an artifact of the people I know, but I know relatively few people who still play WoW. I know a couple that do, but I know a lot of people that play Final Fantasy XIV, and many have asked me to play with them, to which I say, absolutely not. I have no interest in MMOs. I don't know what it would take to get me to play an MMO. Right, I think it's the de facto MMO these days. No, an MMO is still going strong, and I'm happy it is because it seems incredible that it can still exist. The original EverQuest still running strong. Oh, the night's pretty good so far, Skullcra. Like, I think EverQuest has gotten... I don't know if it's gotten an X-Pack so far this year, but, like, there are still annual new expansion packs for the original EverQuest. I love that. Oh, shit, let's go. There are people probably in this chat right now that are younger than the entirety of EverQuest. Like, EverQuest is 25 years old now. Oh, that sounds good, Skullcraft. Let's see. Whoa. I'm gonna say what we got here, and the answer is everything. We have a lot of rad suits. A lot of resources. I think let's just start blasting. Get at it. I found where all the rest of... Yeah, at least 3 enemies. I was going to say, I found out where the last 500 of the kill count are. They're still spawning in, too. How am I running out of cells? Let's go. Well, I'll sing something. Everybody else had hot dishes. Huge boat of sushi. God. I don't know the last time I had a sushi boat. Now I want one. I mean, this fight's pretty... I don't want to say standard, but I'm not surprised by it at this point. What do I want to sing? Oh, I don't think I've ever sung this on stream. I heard the song the other day and thought this would be a good one. Let's see if it's a good track. Good night, my angel, time to close your eyes and save these questions for another day. I think I know what you've been asking me. I think I know what you've been trying to say. I promised I would never leave you, and you should always know, no matter where you go, no matter where you are. Whoops, messed it up far away. Good night, my angel, now it's time to sleep. And still so many things I want to say. Remember all the songs you sang for me when we went sailing on an emerald bay. And like a boat out on the ocean, I'm rocking you to sleep. The water's dark and deep inside this ancient heart. You'll always be a part of me. Better than some cheesy Billy Joel to go with a gigantic fight, right? I want to take out these arches as soon as I can. Good night, my angel, now it's time to dream, and dream how wonderful your life will be. Someday your child may cry, and if you sing this lullaby, then in your heart there will always be a part of me. Someday we'll all be gone, but lullabies go on and on. They never die, that's how you and I will be. Oh, close. Change the lyrics on the fly to be about doom. That'd be tough. On here's another good. Let me see. Is there even a karaoke track for this song? I don't think there is. I was going to sing the song Caroline by Harry Nilsson, written by Randy Newman, but I can't find a track for it. I think that's that obscure a song, is it? I'm going to do one more, just because big fight. Oh, know what? I can't go a stream without this one. There's a port on a western bay, and it serves 100 ships a day. Lonely sailors pass the time away and talk about their homes. There's a girl in this harbor town, and she works laying whiskey down. They say, "Brandy, fetch another round." She serves them whiskey and wine. The sailors say, "Brandy, you're a fine girl. what a good wife you would be. Yeah, your eyes could steal a sailor from the sea. Brandy wears a braided chain made of finest silver from the north of Spain. A locket that bears the name of a man that Brandy loved. He came on a summer's day, bringing gifts from far away, but he made it clear he couldn't stay. No harbor was his home. The sailor said, Brandy, you're a fine girl, what a good wife you would be. But my life, my love, and my lady is the sea. Yeah, Brandy used to watch his eyes when he told his sailor story. She could feel the ocean fall and rise. She saw its raging glory. But he had always told the truth, Lord, he was an honest man. And Brandy does her best to understand. At night, when the bars close down, Brandy walks through a silent town and loves a man who's not around. She still can hear him say, she hears him say, Brandy, you're a fine girl, what a good wife you would be. But my life, my love, and my lady is the sea. Yes, it is, I say, Brandy, you're a fine girl, what a good wife you would be. But my life, my love, and my lady is the sea. She could, you know, her eyes could steal a sailor from the sea. But they didn't. Not the one sailor that she wanted to steal. The song is so sad when you think about it that way. Look, he was an honest man. He told her, my life, my love, and my lady is the sea. She didn't listen. Look, if there's anything that, you know, literature and myth should make clear, you can't win against the sea. Nobody can. About the center of this area. Whoa! Okay. That's what about the center of that area. Also, this will probably be my last map for the night because I can feel my hands starting to cramp up a little bit. No, that's not a very long stream. I'm going to blame Adventure Island for some potential RSI damage to my wrists. How's it going, Mamma Mia? Oh. I mean, to be fair, Doom is what I do. The names are similar. Ooh, I just took a flight with the Archvile space program there. Part of me really wants to just take out these Archviles as quickly as I can so that I have more, like, room to try to navigate around them. It seems really hard to do that safely, or even unsafely. I did it one time and then immediately died. The dimension of this map that hasn't really come into play yet is the hurt floor part of it. Oh god, I haven't thought about Lobo like since the 90s. Lobo was the really edgy one, right? If I'm remembering right. Whoa, there we go. Oh god. So Deadpool's come up a bunch tonight. I should just go see that movie tomorrow. I should be free in the evening. Last time I went to the theater was Furiosa. Saw Furiosa twice in the theater. Loved it. It was very, very sad that it left theaters so quickly. I wanted more people to have the chance to see it properly. I mean, even if you've got an amazing home theater setup, it's going to be hard to rival, you know, a proper movie theater experience for something like that. Oh, that was so close. There we go. I'm gonna make a save. Things are going pretty well. It was great. It's like, I don't often go see a movie twice in a row. The last time I did that, I think, was for Fury Road. I think I ended up seeing 3 times in the theater at least. Actually, I was mentioning it on, I think it was Monday. There's a movie I've got to see. Apparently, Tucker and Dale vs. Evil got a Korean remake that's in theaters in Korea right now called Handsome Guys. And it looks great. It looks to fully capture the spirit. Oh, killing all those Archies really amps up the chaos. Tucker and Dale vs. Evil remains absolutely great. It's also, you usually see it the other way around, where you get like an Americanized interpretation of, you know, Japanese and Korean films. You know, like there was that terribly unnecessary Western remake of Oldboy. It's like, I can't think of a less essential movie than remaking. Yes, it got a remake, a South Korean remake that is in theaters right now in Korea called Handsome Guys. And it looks great. I watched the trailers. I'm very disappointed I didn't know about it because it was in theaters while I was in Korea and I didn't know it existed. Just a bummer, because I absolutely would have gone to see it. And my Korean's good enough that I would have been able to, you know, enjoy the movie despite the language barrier. Because let's be honest, it's not a super complicated plot. All right, we've got our key. Get out of here. The original's one of those movies that I love when I get to show it to a friend for the first time. You know, like they've never seen it, so you get to be the one to introduce it. Oh my god. Yeah, you've been tweeting about Look Back for a while, Chair. Know what movie I can't believe doesn't have a distributor? The new Toxic Avenger film. Because there's a new Toxic Avenger film starring Peter Dinklage as Toxie. And it's apparently very good. It's been shown at film festivals. It doesn't have a distributor still. And I don't know if it's some kind of rights situation that Troma themselves can't distribute it because it's like a studio remake or whatever, but like, it's insane to me that they wouldn't have confidence in a new Toxic Avenger with a, big star for the draw. Also, like, it's a Toxic Avenger movie. Come on. The people love Toxie. I really do wonder why not Troma, and I wonder if there's maybe some, like, complicated legal reason that they can't do the distribution themselves. So that kind of thing happens with movies all the time. How do they think it won't sell? That's like the easiest movie in the entire world to market. Show Toxie, absolutely waste a few bad guys in brutal fashion and just have an announcer go like, starring Peter Dinklage as the Toxic Avenger. It sells itself. Like, come on. This isn't rocket science here. How hard can it be to sell, like, Z-grade schlock cinema? It's supposed to be the easiest thing to sell. Film companies have gotten it twisted somehow. I don't know how. Right, release it during October. Like, this can't be that hard. And it's not like it's some unknown franchise. It's the Toxic Avenger. I feel like people still know what that is. I hope they do. I love Toxie. Whoop, that went poorly. Okay, I know that my chat is maybe not a great sample for the general public. How many of you know what the Toxic Avenger franchise is? How many of you have heard of it? I would imagine most. I mean, Sergeant Kabuki Man NYPD is probably never getting a reboot, and that's fine. Not every Troma film needs to make a comeback. I don't know. I feel like one with, actual talent attached to it, like the new remake. Not even remake, just new Toxic Avenger film. Shouldn't be that hard to market. It could be that, well, no, I don't even know that that's true, Vin, because the Terrifier movies have been a big success. And those are, not for the weak-stomached. So if those can be a big hit, why not Toxie? People can handle Art the Clown. They can handle Toxie. 'Cause Toxie's a good guy. And really, how many, grotesque horror films do we really get where the monster's the good guy? That's the other thing. Toxie's not a horror film. It's a superhero film. It was like a parody superhero movie before those were a thing. Oh. That's it. Where's Toxie's MCU crossover? Right, ugly people aren't allowed to be good guys anymore. The Terrifier movies are... I admire them on the level of their sheer kind of audacity. They're pretty gross. I don't mean that as a knock against them. But there, you got to know what you're getting into with that. Art the Clown is not your friendly horror movie baddie, you know? Though, I think both of the Terrifier films so far have done a good job remembering that you're supposed to root against art and for somebody else. Even if what you're there for is, let's be honest, the ridiculous, over-the-top kills. You know, that's what got you into the theater, but they remember to have a story, at the very least. More than I can say for a bunch of horror movies. Like any of the Saw films past the first couple. When did rooting for the killers start? I would say Friday the 13th sequels. Because the casts, I'd say by part 3. Definitely by part 5. Just because the casts of those movies were so unlikable that you're like, I can't wait to see Jason kill these kids. You know? That, and when you make the kills the big draw, the big fun, then of course people are going to be rooting for the killers. I do think it's funny that Friday the 13th Part 4, the final chapter, is a movie to which Roger Ebert gave a scathing review, saying that, like, there is nothing of value in this movie. It's just to see teenagers get, mutilated in the most horrible ways possible. When Part 4, I'd say, is one of the only ones that's not just that. I'm going to call it here for the night because we have 4 maps left, 27, 28, 29, 30, and they have, respectively, 1,294 enemies, 2,021 enemies, 2,445 enemies, and 3,062 enemies. That'll be more than enough for next week's stream. Also, just look at the opening here of map 30. It's portals into every skybox we've seen so far, followed by the most incredible sky you've ever seen. I'm very much looking forward to getting to the rest of this next week. It's too much for one night. This continues to be a spectacular megawad. There's a secret cat in this map. Ooh. Is it in a non-combat area? Like, is it in the start somewhere? Where's the kitty? It's right where I dropped down. Let me find it. Yeah! Kitty. Is that yours or Moomy's, my olden? His name is George Lucas. What a handsome man. How does George Lucas feel about filming on a blue screen? What a good kitty. George is a good cat name. I love giving cats just, people names, basically. Also, I'm going to get out of my dooming attire. We're going to head back to the office. Lovely little man right there. Oh, come on. There we go. All right, we're going to whoop right back here. Let me tell you all what I got going on for the rest of the week. On Friday, I will be continuing my Adventure Island addiction. I finally beat Adventure Island on Monday after leaving my NES on for 4 days straight, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. It's gotten to take a break, but I do have Adventure Island 2 ready to go. I tested the cartridge last night. It does work. I'm very excited. It's going to be a lot of fun. I don't think it'll be as hard as 1. Those might be famous last words. No stream plans over the weekend. Next week, normal schedule. As usual, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I will definitely be playing this next Wednesday, looking to finish Simulacrum, because it's been an incredible journey so far. Thank you all for sticking through it with me. But let me see who is online, into whom we can raid and tear. If you have my emotes, please use them. If you don't, use whatever you like. Maybe tomorrow night, if I get if I'm free earlier than I think I will be, maybe I'll sneak a cheeky little stream in. We'll see. But let me see who's online. Let's see, is anybody I know playing... Ooh, actually, I know where I want to go. Digital Basic. Digi is playing Mylon's Secret Castle with Gamma Chris. They're both friends of the channel. I love Mylon's Secret Castle for the NES. It's a great game that I think people judge too harshly, because they're unwilling to learn how to play it on its own terms. That's my my finger-wagging admonition for the night. I need to also mute that Twitter thread that blew up, because my phone has just been constantly lighting up this entire stream with people either liking it, commenting. Never have a tweet go viral. It's terrible. Your phone won't stop. Won't ever stop going off. Let's see. Good Lord, it's up to almost 3,000 likes. 146 quote tweets. 600 reposts. That's too many. I never want to go viral on Twitter ever again. That's too much. Oh, it looks like they're racing the game. That's even better. But we are going to go ahead and raid into Digi and Gamma Chris. Have a great rest of your night, everybody. And I will see you on Friday. Thank you all for coming. I had a total blast tonight, and I'm looking forward to Adventure Island 2 on Friday. Bye now.